Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Ken's Canceled Couch. I am your host, Canceled Ken, or Ken Jennings, or that guy whose real name is actually known now, apparently, or allegedly. They still haven't determined whether or not they actually know my docs in the wild yet. So I know a lot of you have been curious of my absence the last week or so. To catch up, if you haven't watched my first actual video upload, and you've wondered where my content's gone, I had to private all my content due to people not liking what I was saying on the part 2 Sophie stream. People doxed me, called my employer, and I was terminated the following day. I was terminated without cause. There's a whole backstory to that. I hope you enjoyed the Coffin Dance Baby Shark cover. I thought it was appropriate considering I'm dead, employment-wise at the moment. Also, we have a temporary special guest on screen. This is Karen, and she would like to speak to the manager. So say hi to Karen. She's on my couch today. I've highlighted her in pink for obvious reasons. It should go with the hair, but I couldn't find the right meme to fit. So this is who gets to sit on my couch while we're doing the stream today. Also, I need to figure out, because I have to do it. So I'm doing this in probably the dumbest way possible, in that I'm still going through StreamYard, but I'm using OBS to create a virtual camera so I can broadcast my OBS scene. So I can, because Stream Elements told me I have to share my, where the hell are they? I have to share my tips that I've received on my channel and send them a clip of it, because I received some high value tips. And so because of that, I've got to pull up the OBS overlay set up for today. And then I'll be back to hopefully getting this finalized. I'd like to use this more often. So we'll see how that goes in the future. I need to continue getting this set up. I'm still trying to set up a few things on the back end. So let me Zoom alerts. So I'm going to have to go through all these at some point, and I need to get this browser source put in here somehow. So, okay, that goes there. And then, let's see. All right, so while I'm finishing up my boomerishness, I'm going to try and get the document pulled up for today too. So we'll be going over the Sophie, or not the Sophie long document. We did that already. Look what happened last time we tried to do that one, right? That didn't go so well for Ken, because people didn't like that Ken talked about things. So yeah, they did speak to the manager. That was the problem. And my manager did not like people bombarding her office with phone calls and complaints for really no reason. It was kind of dumb. I mean, I felt that I was pretty damn chill on the stream for the most part, except at a couple points there. I was trying to engage with people, but apparently whenever you talk about stuff like this, it's apparently too much, and it requires misinterpreting the things I'm saying, how I'm saying them. Also saying that what I'm reading is coming off as though I'm enjoying it, which is kind of sick to me. Also, I'm previewing a couple fake tips for the moment to see if this is working. So give me 1 second here. Okay. Did that not work then? Oh, it probably helps if I save it, doesn't it? Let's see. Okay, there we go. So like I said, today we're going to be going over the NASW Code of Ethics. We'll be doing that because of the things that happened on my Sophie stream. One of them was allegedly I was engaging in unethical conduct. Okay, so this is working. Let me move this to a different location because I don't like where that's at. We'll put that up in the corner. We could probably make this chat window a little bit bigger too, as long as it's not taking up too much of the couch. We got to leave the couch open for guests. That's the most important thing. The couch has to have guests. And fuck it, let's also add, because it'll look really cool if I can pull this off. That is not what I asked for. Thank you, though. Let's see here. Where's my hype cup thingy? Hype cup. There we go. Oh, fine. Yes. Right, don't make fucking configure this bitch. All right. Change the cup. I do not want that. Let's use this glass. And let's get this to fit on the table somehow. Or at least put it over here in the corner. And let's see how that works. Oh, my glass is way too big. That's like a Nick alcoholism size glass of a cup. Yeah, we're fuck it. We're doing this live, as the philosopher Abraham Lincoln said on television. Okay, how the fuck? I need to make this smaller. See, I'm learning with you guys because I'm too stupid to do this off air, because that makes the most sense. And I've given up on making sense this week. It has been too stressful of a fucking week. I do not care. Say. So let's try this again. How do I make this fucking thing smaller? Why don't we do this? Because I like that. I think that looks cooler anyway. Fuck it. But it's not showing. There we go. Put this down here. So it's like a Plinko setup now. Let's do it this way. Ah, fuck. I don't have a solid background behind it. So that doesn't work as well. Okay, back to the glass. Damn, it really helps if I know what I'm doing, doesn't it? So let's do that. And then I'll move my avatar up for today, because I can do that easily. So I'm just going to sit a little bit higher than I normally would. I'm doing the whole sitting off the chair like you feel like you're about to shit yourself kind of thing. You know, whenever you're driving home and you've had a really long day and you feel sick and you know you have to make it home or you're going to have a really bad day, that kind of thing. So let's see. How do I change the size of this? So let's try 660 by, oh, wrong. I'm doing that wrong too. God damn it. Why can't I do this not? Why not do this right? All right, 400. Let's try that. Center widget. Settings. O cup. Cup position. Here we go. I think that works better. It's probably not going to look right because I'm probably fucking it up either way. So as you tip, so let's see. I need to go through all my tips to be able to get some of these large donations. So let's knock that out first, and then we'll dive right into the code of ethics here. So I've got that saved. So let's see, how can I do this? So I did a test tip. Let's do just the tips. I need just the tip for the moment. Can you guys give me just the tip for a second? Hold on. How do I do that? It doesn't let me go through these. Huh. That's weird. Oh, look, my tip cup is buffering. Hmm. Is weird. It should let me do that. I don't know why. I think what I need to do is make a. Where's my rotator? I think I have a rotator here somewhere. Or subscribers, tips. Let's see, total latest recent tips. Put that up here at the top. And I think that scrolls. Okay. Because these people deserve some recognition because they have tipped me, and I've also gotten uh, GoFundMe donations out the wazoo that I can't even begin to be able to thank everybody for. Uh, it has been an extremely stressful week and a half at this point. I think is where we're at. So, thank you all for just coming out and supporting. It literally means the world to me. Like I can't even begin to thank you all. So I think this does that. Does that change them though? God, I hate that this does it this way. Like I said, I'm still adjusting to this. So let me go ahead and check out the chat real quick. It's good to see everybody. Thank you everyone for oh, my casting couch is that's my OnlyFans. So it's onlyfans.com/Ken's casting couch. I have yet to finish um I have yet to finish that as far as getting it up and running. It's in the works. I promise it's in the works. I had sent in my whatchamacallit, the verification that they require because you have to verify that it's actually you, which is obviously whatever. But I sent it in and they need me to verify myself more. So I didn't send enough of the those kind of pics apparently. And so they need me to send in some more proof that I'm who I am. And then once I do that, then I'll be able to finally be able to. And then let me also add this scene here as. Let me put this in studio mode first. Let me add scene as a source and then. Okay, beautiful. So I'll put these down at the bottom for right now next to the cup. So let me transition those onto screen real quick. So at the bottom here is my GoFundMe goal. I know I look like a boomer doing this. My GoFundMe, $10,000. You can support me at supportken.com. As I said, I was doxxed. People called my job, lied about what happened on my stream, and I was fired because of it. So I am currently unemployed, seeking new employment, but I am working on, finding a new job, putting in job apps and all that fun stuff. In the meantime, if you want, you can support me at one of my links in the chat or in the description. So supportken.com takes you to my GoFundMe. Supportken.com/locals takes you to my locals, and supportken.com/tip allows you to send tips that'll show up through Stream Elements. So while I think our current, I'm trying to zoom in on this here because it's really small. The current goal of $10,000, we're at 6,530. I also received 2 people sent $500 tips on my Stream Elements. So we're around 7,500, and then I probably got another $100. So probably around $7,600 between Stream Elements and GoFundMe. And then I've gotten several $100s on locals that I have yet to actually get a true conversion on. So I'm still figuring that out. Where is. There we go. Okay, so let me go ahead and we'll do. Also, it probably helps if I undim my screen because it probably looks a little red. I don't know if that impacts anything or not. So let me get my PDF opened up here. And let's start the wonderful read of the Code of Ethics. As I mentioned, I have a Stream Elements. You can tip me during the stream. Just go to streamelements.com/Ken's Counseling Couch or supportken.com/tip. So people have so someone said that I could get reported to the board and I could lose my license. I'm pretty sure someone has already made a report to the board. I'm just waiting on any kind of letters to come in that would be from the board because I haven't heard from them yet, but I'm sure it's a matter of time. Unfortunately, because people don't understand how to live with other people and how to disagree with people. So let's get this document pulled up and we will go through the Code of Ethics. It's about 49 pages. It's not as bad as it looks, but so let me pull this out here and then let me go ahead and stop camera and then share my window here and pull it up this way. There we go. So this is the, oh, shut up. I don't care about the font embedded. So this is the NASW Code of Ethics of the National Association of Social Workers. So for those who have been unfamiliar, my background is in social work. I have a master's of social work, so in MSW. I'm finishing up my licensing process. As some of you may know, some of you may not know, the process to becoming a fully unrestricted licensed therapist has different steps involved. You have to go through grad school. You have to do so many intern hours in grad school. You have to do registered intern hours after grad school. You have to do supervision hours. You have to take an exam. I'm near the end of my 2-year minimum period, which is, it's so bullshit. It's so boring. But it's fun. So we'll be going through this. If anyone has questions, comments, leave them in the chat. Like I said, you can also tip if you want to. Support me anyway if you feel like you need to or feel like you want to. I don't feel obligated to. Only support if it's within your financial means. I don't know how many times I've had to give that disclaimer over the last day or so. And I just had something beep in my ear. What the hell was that? Okay, so there we go. That's how I can do the tips. So Dog Explained did a $500 tip. He said ought to help. So let me go back through and do this real quick then. So let me start the cam back up. Pull this back up because I do need to do this. So let's do this again. So Dog Explained did a $500 tip, said ought to help with his message. Let's see. Angel Duma did a $20 tip, no message. We have another one from Evil Bunny, $500. No message either with that. We've got a $30 tip from Anthony James. Hang in there, bud. We'll do what we can. I'll be praying for you as well. We also have Eric the Red tip $20. Consider this a donation to the, quote, Fook the Mad Fats, unquote, fund. We have Nick Naylor tipping $10. These are also several days ago, too, so people have, over the few days, as things have evolved, said different things and have different information. So Nick said, Jesus fucking Christ, you dipped your fucking toe in the YouTube game and got raped for it. Go full-time and go hard. Do full psychoanalysis on all these sacks of shit. Jarrell Navarro, tip 20, saying, fuck you, Squishy the cat, Shell Bell, and all the other weird pedos who celebrated getting Ken fired, and fuck Shelley Long, I think they mean Kelly Long, and her unethical lawyer. You're all horrific creatures who deserve all the worst the world has to offer. Again, that's from Jarrell Navarro, not me. Anonymous tips 20. Another anonymous tip $10, saying, testing as someone that hasn't used Stream Elements. And then I did my own test tip also for $1, testing to see if it would function before my next live stream, but didn't have the chance to fully test it like all the way. So there is that. Okay, I like this better, I think. So let's put this at the top of the screen. How do I change the size of it? No, I don't have that figured out yet. Good enough. Okay. I think that's... Let's see. Oh, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. My wife's giving me a call. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I was my wife and I had made plans a while back to hit up a concert or two in the area for things that we're interested in, some bands that we're interested in. So she needed to finalize plans for that, for work and stuff. So there's that. So that's what that was. I don't think there's any mad hoes in the chat, as someone was asking. Also, my dogs did decide to start being kind of assholes and start barking and shit. But I really can't stop them because you know how dogs get. They'll just fucking bark and bark. But I might need to go get one of them because they just won't shut up sometimes. They're just they're the dogs that like to bark at like paper bags that are blowing 3 blocks away, even though they're inside the house and can't see it. Their sense of danger awareness is that high, apparently. Someone didn't, they spec'd in everything but common sense. So they don't know how to distribute their stats effectively. We had to do some retraining lessons on that. So let's see here. Okay, so now that I was able to go through and do those tips real quick, now we can get back to the document. So I'm going to read through this. I'm going to give a little bit of commentary over it because I kind of have to, because it is a considered a work of the NASW. And so because it is a copyrighted thing, I have to give commentary. As we go through this, I want to play a game. I don't have a jigsaw sound clip yet, and I don't have a soundboard set up yet. So just imagine that I did that for fun. So I want to play a game where we go through, and as I'm reading through these, I want you guys to tell me if any of these apply to what Ken did. Any of these apply to what Ken did, and if that makes what Ken did unethical. So think really long and hard about that. I mean, really, really long and hard about that, okay? You do that for me, and we'll see what happens. So, but no, dead serious. So as we go through, make notes, keep notes, see if there's something in these things that you would like me to answer as far as questionable ethics in my behavior on that stream if you were there to participate. So you keep the chat on screen. I'm trying to make the chat a little bit bigger because I do know it looks a little small. So what I'll do is, let me do this a different way. So I'm going to cover up Karen here. So I need to do a window capture on Adobe. There we go. There we go. But I'm going to do this. And I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to come down like this. Back over that way just a little bit. Just a little bit. And we're going to... God damn it, I can't... I need to move Ken. Ken needs to move. Where the fuck are you, Ken? Move your damn avatar. So let me move Ken up to the corner. Ken's going to go sit in the corner. This is going to sit down here. And then let me make the chat just a little bit bigger. Let me give it a little bit more length. And let me give it a little bit more girth too. Or can I make the text, just make the text bigger? Because it's like I can't see the text as well as I'd like to. So position and size, settings, dark chat. Show messages permanently. Text settings. Pick a font. Is there not a way to pick the font size? Okay. That's better. I like that. Let's do that. Okay. And now the damn thing scrolls. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm still going to leave this running up the top here. So can I put a background on there? So and how can I do that? I don't think I have the ability to do that with where I'm at right now in the settings thing. So let's do that. So chat's being reloaded, the cup's being reloaded. Let me lock you in place because I don't want you moving about. And so I bump you right there. And for right now, I'm going to make me a little bit smaller. All right. There we go. Perfect. That looks like it'll work. Actually, do I have the right URL in here? I don't know why it's not animating. That's really weird. Oh, there we go. Top's animated now. Chat's bigger. Chat's bigger, a little bit girthier. So only ban the Karens if necessary. I still wanting to stick to my free speech principles, even with all the bullshit that they've pulled. I'd still like for them to. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Oh, god damn it. I forgot that I have that stupid. So I need to go up that many. So let's go up a little bit. Right about there. And then let's save it. Because the Ken thing is in the fucking way. The little label thing down here for StreamYard's in the goddamn way. This is a clusterfuck. This is the definition of a clusterfuck. And it needs to go up 1 or 2 more clicks. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Ken is breathing. Ken is pushing. I have pushed. I have breathed. I've probably herniated something. I don't know. But yeah, this is definitely not on Twitch for the person in chat asking. So let's go over some ethics. Please keep note of the ethical responsibilities that apply to Ken. This is very important because of the things I was accused of that cost me my job, one of them was ethics. My ethics were questioned. The legality of what I was doing was questioned. I was in the right. So, yes, Pepsi Man, I saw the Chris Chan news. Do not remind me of that. If that comes up again, I'm timing you out. Don't even do it. I was disgusting, maybe a little kinky, but disgusting all nonetheless. So, okay. So let's go through this. My couch is all a wreck. My guest Karen, she's been put behind this window here. Karen's all alone by herself back there. Say hi, Karen. Everybody say hi, Karen. We demand more self-diagnosis shows. I'll tell you what, if you go through and you audit my self-diagnosis shows for any ethical concerns, then I'll do another one. But until I get a chance to go through and verify that there was no ethical breaches on any of my shows, just as a precautionary measure, then I will. I'll put another one in the queue there at some point. So hi Tim or hi Drexel, depending on who's flying the MGTOWN podcast channel today. We got a lovely 30, almost 30 people here today. Thank you, you beautiful bastards, for showing up, for not fucking letting the Karens scare you away. Let's see, has the GoFundMe, let me move this up here. Has the GoFundMe gone up at all since can I refresh this? Or I don't know if I can do that. That's weird. So, okay. Also, we had $1,000 anonymous donation on the GoFundMe is the largest one. I think there might have been 2 actually, but I am not thanking you, Pix. Also, I need to get with you about finishing up more of my stream art so I can get that going, like my channel banner and stuff. So, but it looks like, let me go. Let me check out the GoFundMe real quick in my browser. All right. Let me minimize Pornhub. All right, here we go. Yes, 6535 is the current goal. So actually, let me do this. Throw this into studio mode. Let me fuck with this source real quick. And let me just get rid of this stupid border because I don't like it. That's roughly there. Come down to about here. Okay, good. So back to main scene. GoFundMe source visible. Wow, I did that fucking wrong. Hold on. Yeah, apparently I'm doing this really wrong. So hold on. GoFundMe source. Oh, I know why I'm doing it wrong. God damn it. Let me move it with this one. Unlock it. Move it right there. So I'll leave that at the top of the screen for the thing too. So let me do a cut. Let me fade because why not? Oh, also let me turn this. Let me turn this off real quick too. Okay, that way it's out of the way. Okay, now we can do something. Transition and let's get out of studio mode for the moment because I don't need to be in studio mode. Okay. So let's read through. Oh, I need to undo this. So also, hi everybody. I'm trying to say hi to everybody. Ken's dealing with many technical difficulties with this week. Employment technical difficulties, wife technical difficulties, plenty of them. So we have the different chapters here. We have the overview. Also, apparently my highlighting is apparently inappropriate, is what I was told. That me highlighting stuff like I was highlighting on the Sophie stream was inappropriate and disgusting because I was literally highlighting quotes. So when I highlight, this is probably me enjoying that statement. So just a heads up. Holy shit, that was not supposed to happen. Okay. Why is it doing this, motherfucker? Okay, now we're going to start throwing shit. Okay. Back to the highlighter. I want to highlight. There we go. I want to make things pink. All right. Also, I need to move this over just a tiny bit. And I guess I'm covering up the cup for now. Fuck it. I doubt anyone tips me today. I don't care. It's not about the money. It's about the fun. All right. So we have the purpose, the preamble, the purpose, the ethical principles, the ethical standards. So the ethical standards are broken down into 6 different sections. You have social workers' ethical responsibility to clients. So that's an important part. To colleagues in the practice setting as God damn it. As professionals, to the social work profession. Apparently I can't highlight. I'm highlighting really badly today. So to the social work profession, and then to the broader society. So I'm going to read through this. Throwing stuff is definitely an appropriate coping skill. Say. It is definitely an appropriate coping skill. So let's read through this. So the Code of Ethics of the National Association of Social Workers. Overview. The NASW Code of Ethics is intended to serve as a guide to the Everyday professional conduct of social workers. This code includes 4 sections. The first section, preamble, summarizes the social work profession's mission and core values. The second section, the purpose of the NASW Code of Ethics, provides an overview of the code's main functions and a brief guide for dealing with the ethical issues or dilemmas in social work practice. The third section, ethical principles, presents broad ethical principles based on social work's core values that inform social work practice. The final section, ethical standards, includes specific ethical standards to guide social workers' conduct and to provide a basis for adjudication. So, Justin says that's way too many ethicals to worry about. No shit. Why do you think I'm very confident that I did nothing wrong ethically? I know for a fact I did nothing wrong ethically. All right, so when it says that it's specific standards for a basis for adjudication, that means as it applies to like, if, for example, my board wanted to bring me up on an ethical conduct violation, they're specific enough that they can say, this is the standard, you did or did not meet it. This is your first offense, it's an X fine, it's this many months thing or whatever. You have to do extra supervision, you have to do extra hours, blah, blah, blah. The board works in mysterious ways. So the NASW is, I'm going to abbreviate this from now on. I'm not fucking saying the whole thing the whole time. The NASW is the largest organization of professional social workers in the world. NASW serves social workers in 55 chapters throughout the United States, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, Guam, and abroad. NASW was formed in 1955 through a merger of 7 predecessor social work organizations to carry out 3 responsibilities: strengthen and unify the profession, promote the development of social work practice, advance sound social policies. Also, you'll probably see a few different points, discussions about the ethics and practice as it relates to social justice. So be prepared for that. It is something that's very big in the NASW and in the Code of Ethics. So promoting the high standards of practice and protecting consumers of services are major association principles approved by the 1996 NASW Delegate Assembly and revised by the NASW Delegate Assembly in 2021. Copyright 2021, National NASW, all rights reserved. Preamble time. Let me get my singing voice ready. All right, I think I'm ready now. It's too much. It's too much at once. Okay. Got a small time. All right. So let's focus. Let's put our serious faces on. Hi, Ken. Hi, Rogue Jen. Says hi, Ken. The primary mission. So I'm going to read fast. If you need to pause at any point, you may do that to read if you do not understand what I'm saying. But I'm going to read fast to get through the preamble and the other sections because there are 4 main sections. We have 49 pages to cover. We are on page 5. Prepare yourselves. Prepare your ears. Okay. The primary mission of the social work profession is to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic human needs of all people, with particular attention to the needs and empowerment of people who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. A historic and defining feature of social work is the profession's dual focus on individual well-being in a social context and the well-being of society. Fundamental to social work is attention to the environmental forces that create, contribute to, and address problems in living. Social workers promote social justice and social change with and on behalf of clients. Clients is used to inclusively refer to individuals, families, groups, organizations, and communities. Social workers are sensitive to cultural and ethnic diversity and strive to end discrimination, oppression, poverty, and other forms of social injustice. These activities may be in the form of direct practice, community organizing, supervision, consultation, administration, advocacy, social and political action, policy development and implementation, education, and research and evaluation. Social workers need to enhance the capacity of people to address their own needs. Social workers also seek to promote the responsiveness of organizations, communities, and other social institutions to individuals' needs and social problems. Let me see if I can bring out my, let me open up my PP real quick. PP Inc. thing, and I need to do options. God damn it. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. Let's try it. God damn it. Screw you. I don't care. Fucking, Okay, I'm gonna start breaking shit. I'm getting an error pop up on my PP Inc. Fucking program. No, it's not that. It's my PP Inc. program. It lets me do the giant arrow on the screen, uh, like I've been doing in previous streams, and how it's how I draw on the screen normally. I don't like to have to highlight everything because it actually is annoying me. I was trying to edit the settings. There we go. So, um, okay, so there we go. Bring that up. And where is this here? Okay. So is there no way for me to do that without... So I need to move this over here. Oh, what the hell did I do now? Okay, now Ken's gonna start getting upset. What the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah, there we go. How did I do that? Okay, this doesn't make any sense. What the hell happened with my thing? View. No, I don't want a full screen. Why is it like this? This makes no sense. I might have to close my stupid thing. Hold on. What did I do? I broke something horribly real quick by accident. So I need to close my Add to stream. Okay, there we go. So I got this all the way. So let me lock that in place. Let me move this over just a tiny bit so you can tell that there's a border and that there's a separate. Actually, no, let's just do that. I like it better that way. Okay. So as I just said, doxing's not permitted. If I catch anyone doxing, you will be timed out the first time, second time banned. I've also given my mods the authority to act in my stead. If you do not like what they're doing, deal with it afterwards. Also, make sure you hit the like button. So make sure you hit the like button. Nicole says, I hope such complaints will be appropriately filed in the garbage. They're literally making things up out of thin air. Yes, they are. Also, real quick, guys, just as a heads up, I have talked to a good bit of people from the other side community. Not to say that I'm on any side, but I have talked to quite a bit of people from the crime drama community, people who have come over this direction, who have said, hey, what happened to you, Ken, was fucked up. That shouldn't have happened. So please do take some grain of potential that they're, give them the opportunity to show that they're not here in bad faith. I would do the same for anybody else. So that's all I ask. Give them a chance to show them and let them show themselves and see whether or not they're acting in bad faith or not. So let's see how this works out. I'm a person who believes in redemption. Even though people never gave me that chance, I'm willing to give them the chance. Whether they deserve it is its own discussion. So. Why was Pepsi Man timed out? All right. So Nerd Tremble, I have yet to narrow in on the person who's truly doxed me. People have multiple thoughts on who it was. I don't know. So I can't speak to that solely yet. But I have some suspicions of my own. And people, depending on whether or not this pursues into a legal matter, we may find out, we may never find out. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is. As the I think, was it Celine Dion song goes? So let's resume what we were supposed to be doing. So I'm not, should I try and bring out the arrow again? I don't know. Fuck it, I'll just highlight. So let's continue where we left off. The mission of the social work profession is rooted in a set of core values. These core values, embraced by social workers throughout the profession's history, are the foundation of social work's unique purpose and perspective. They are service, social justice, dignity and worth of the person, importance of human relationships, integrity, and competence. This constellation of core values reflects what is unique to the social work profession. Core values and the principles that flow from them must be balanced within the context and complexity of the human experience. So here we are on the purpose of the NASW Code of Ethics. Fuck it, I do not like yellow. We are going green. Let's try green. Oh yes, I like the green. It looks good on black. Professional ethics are the core of social work. The profession has an obligation to articulate its basic values, ethical principles, and ethical standards. The NASW Code of Ethics sets forth these values, principles, and standards to guide social workers' conduct. The code is relevant to all social workers and social work students, regardless of their professional functions, the setting in which they work, or the populations they serve. The NASW Code of Ethics serves 6 purposes. 1. The code identifies core values on which social work's mission is based. 2. The code summarizes broad ethical principles that reflect the profession's core values and establishes a set of specific ethical standards that should be used to guide social work practice. Number 3, the code is designed to help social workers identify relevant considerations when professional obligations conflict or ethical uncertainties arise. 4, the code provides ethical standards to which the general public can hold social worker profession accountable. Or number 5, the code socializes practitioners new to the field to social work's mission, values, ethical principles, and ethical standards, and encourages all social workers to engage in self-care, ongoing education, and other activities to ensure their commitment to those same core features of the profession. Number 6, the code articulates standards that the social work profession itself can use to assess whether social workers have engaged in unethical conduct. The NASW has formal procedures to adjudicate ethical complaints filed against its members. In subscribing to this code, social workers are required to cooperate in its implementation, participate in NASW adjudication proceedings, and abide by any NASW disciplinary rulings or sanctions based on it. The code offers a set of values, principles, and standards to guide decision-making and conduct when ethical issues arise. It does not provide a set of rules that prescribe how social workers should act in all situations. Specific applications of the code must take into account the context in which it is being considered and the possibility of conflicts among the code's values, principles, and standards. Ethical responsibilities flow from all human relationships, from the personal and familial to the social and professional. Furthermore, the NASW Code of Ethics does not specify which values, principles, and standards are most important and ought to outweigh others in instances when they conflict. Reasonable differences of opinion can and do exist among social workers with respect to the way in which values, ethical principles, and ethical standards should be rank ordered when they conflict. Ethical decision-making in a given situation must apply the informed judgment of the individual social worker and should also consider how the issues would be judged in a peer review process where the ethical standards of the profession would be applied. Remember, guys, take notes. Ethical decision-making is a process. In situations when conflicting obligations arise, social workers may be faced with complex ethical dilemmas. They have no simple answers. Social workers should take into consideration all the values, principles, and standards in this code that are relevant to any situation in which ethical judgment is warranted. Social workers' decisions and actions should be consistent with the spirit as well as letter of this code. In addition to this code, there are many other sources of information about ethical thinking that may be useful. Social workers should consider ethical theory and principles generally, social work theory and research, laws, regulations, agency policies, and other relevant codes of ethics, recognizing that among codes of ethics, social workers should consider the NASW Code of Ethics as their primary source. So this is the primary source for me to go to, basically, is what they're saying. Social workers should also be aware of the impact on ethical decision-making of the clients and their own personal values and cultural and religious beliefs and practices. They should be aware of any conflicts between personal and professional values and deal with them responsibly. For additional guidance, social workers should consult the relevant literature on professional ethics and ethical decision-making and may seek appropriate consultation when faced with ethical dilemmas. This may involve consultation with an agency-based or social works organization's ethics committee, a regulatory body, knowledgeable colleagues, supervisors, or legal counsel. Instances may arise when social workers' ethical obligations conflict with agency policies or relevant laws or regulations. When such conflicts occur, social workers must make a responsible effort to resolve the conflict in a manner that is consistent with the values, principles, and standards expressed in this code. If a reasonable resolution of the conflict does not appear possible, social workers should seek proper consultation before making a decision. The NASW Code of Ethics is to be used by NASW and by individuals, agencies, organizations, and bodies, such as licensing and regulatory bodies, professional liability insurance providers, courts of law, agency boards of directors, government agencies, and other professional groups that choose, that choose to adopt it or to use it as a frame of reference. Violation of standards in this code does not automatically imply legal liability or violation of the law. Such determination can only be made in the context of legal and judicial proceedings. Alleged violations of the code will be subject to a peer review process. Such processes are generally separate from legal or administrative procedures and insulated from legal review or proceedings to allow the profession to counsel and discipline its own members. A code of ethics cannot guarantee ethical behavior. Aha, we know this. Moreover, a code of ethics cannot resolve all ethical issues or disputes, or capture the riches and complexity involved in striving to make responsible choices within a moral community. Rather, a code of ethics sets forth values, ethical principles, and ethical standards to which professionals aspire and by which their actions can be judged. Social workers' ethical behaviors should result from their personal commitment to engage in ethical practice. The NASW Code of Ethics reflects the commitment of all social workers to uphold the profession's values and to act ethically. Principles and standards must be applied by individuals of good character who discern moral questions and in good faith seek to make reliable ethical judgments. Ah, damn it. With growth in the use of communication technology in various aspects of social work practice, social workers need to be aware of the unique challenges that may arise in relation to the maintenance of confidentiality, informed consent, professional boundaries, professional competence, record keeping, and other ethical considerations. In general, all ethical standards in this code of ethics are applicable to interactions, relationships, or communications where they incur in person or with the use of technology. For the purpose of this code, quote, technology-assisted social work services, unquote, include any social work services that involve the use of computers, mobile or landline telephones, tablets, video technology, or other electronic or digital technologies. This includes the use of various electronic and digital platforms, such as the internet, online social media, chat rooms, text messaging, email, and emerging digital applications. Technology-assisted social work services encompass all aspects of social work practice, including psychotherapy, which is what I do, individual, family, or group counseling, community organization, administration, advocacy, mediation, education, supervision, research, evaluation, and other social work services. Social workers should keep apprised of emerging technological developments that may be used in social work practice and how various ethical standards apply to them. Professional self-care is paramount for competent and ethical social work practice. Professional demands, challenging workplace climates, and exposure to trauma warrant that social workers maintain personal and professional health, safety, and integrity. Real quick, you want to know something? Streaming is my self-care. I've done it for self-care. Also, Evil Bunny's got it right. Yeah, this is great. There's so much highlighting right now. It's ridiculous. Social work organizations, agencies, and educational institutions are encouraged to promote organizational policies, practices, and materials to support social worker self-care. For more information on the NASW professional review process, see NASW procedures for professional review. We might have to do that. All right. So we've gone through, oh, you guys can't see it. We've gone through the purpose, and now we're on to the ethical principles, and then we'll start hitting the section on the ethical standards. So let's highlight it in pink, because pink. Oh, I highlighted two. How funny is it? I highlighted ethical principles, and it also highlighted he in the word the at the same time. It's breaking the gender variant in norms. Right, there we go. All right, so let's bring back, let's try light blue this time around. Also, let Ken get a drink because my mouth is so dry right now. The following broad ethical principles are based on social work's core values of service, social justice, dignity, and worth of the person, importance of human relationships, integrity, and competence. I don't know, I kind of like the blue too. God damn it. These principles set forth ideals to which all social workers should aspire. First value, service. Ethical principle. Social workers' primary goal is to help people in need and to address social problems. Social workers elevate service to others above self-interest. Social workers draw on their knowledge, values, and skills to help people in need and to address social problems. Social workers are encouraged to volunteer some portion of their professional skills with no expectation of significant financial return, pro bono service. Value, social justice. Ethical principle, social workers challenge social injustice. Social workers pursue social change, particularly with and on behalf of vulnerable and oppressed individuals and groups of people. Social workers' social change efforts are focused primarily on issues of poverty, unemployment, discrimination. Hey! 1 second. This one seems very relevant for some reason. I can't fucking figure out why. Can you guys answer that? Discrimination and other forms of social injustice. These activities seek to promote sensitivity to and knowledge about oppression and cultural and ethnic diversity. Social workers strive to ensure access to needed information, services, and resources. Equality of opportunity and meaningful participation in decision-making for all people. Next value, dignity and worth of a person. Ethical principle. Social workers respect the inherent dignity and worth of the person. Social workers treat each person in a caring and respectful fashion, mindful of individual differences and cultural and ethnic diversity. Social workers promote clients' socially responsible self-determination. Social workers seek to enhance clients' capacity and opportunity to change and to address their own needs. Social workers are cognizant of the dual responsibility to clients and to the broader society. Also, just as a hint, this part may play a role later. Trying to highlight again. Pay attention to that. Look, when you highlight with blue and yellow, it makes green. Fuck yeah, color wheel. They seek to resolve conflicts between clients and interests, or between clients' interests and broader society's interests in a socially responsible manner consistent with the values, ethical principles, and ethical standards of the profession. Value, importance of human relationships. Ethical principle. Social workers recognize the central importance of human relationships. Social workers understand that relationships between and among people are an important vehicle for change. Hey, yeah, what about those relationships I have with my clients? Social workers engage people as partners in the helping process. Social workers seek to strengthen relationships among people in a purposeful effort to promote, restore, maintain, and enhance the well-being of individuals, families, social groups, organizations, and communities. For those who know me, I'm pretty sure they would agree. I have met most of these or all of these to some degree, at least more than gone above the standard. Also, one of the arguments people made about me violating the ethical standards was that if I'm barely meeting the standards, shouldn't I want to exceed the standards? And by just barely meeting them, is that not look bad or something like that? Was basically the phrasing they had said. And so I had told them, no, that's not how that works at all. Is if you have a standard and you cross the boundary to the standard, you've met the standard. You can choose to do better than the standard, but you don't have to. Most people do, but if you've met the standard, you've met the standard. If the standard's an 80% on the test and you get an 80% on the test, you've passed. Everything else is extra. You still met the standard. Next value, integrity. Ethical principle. Social workers behave in a trustworthy manner. Social workers are continually aware of the profession's mission, values, ethical principles, and ethical standards and practice in a manner consistent with them. Social workers should take measures to care for themselves professionally and personally. Social workers act honestly and responsibly and promote ethical practices on the part of the organizations with which they are affiliated. Value, competence. Ethical principle. Social workers practice within areas of competence and develop and enhance their professional expertise. Social workers continually strive to increase their professional knowledge and skills and to apply them in practice. Social workers should aspire to contribute to the knowledge base of the profession. Oh yeah, We're getting into the good shit. Let's highlight it in pink, because why not? There we go. We are on ethical standards now. And I fucking did it again. I need to move you just... There we go. Better. The following ethical standards are relevant to the professional activities of all social workers. The standards concern 1. Social workers' ethical responsibilities to clients. 2. Social workers' ethical responsibilities to colleagues. 3. Social workers' ethical responsibilities in practice settings. 4. Social workers' ethical responsibilities to professionals. 5. Social workers' ethical responsibilities to social work profession. And 6. Social workers' ethical responsibility to the broader society. Some of the standards that follow are enforceable guidelines for professional conduct, and some are aspirational. Let's do that whole blue and yellow thing again. So blue and yellow. Just a hint, nudge, nudge. Hey, Dollhouse Phil is here. Yeah, baby. Hi, Dollhouse Phil. I love you, Dollhouse Phil. Did you like to sponsor the show, Dollhouse Phil? Also, Dollhouse Phil is an amazing person. If you're looking for a companion for your own personal, romantic, or sexual needs, you can check out the-doll-house.com. There's your free plug, Dollhouse Phil. Again, at this point, this is not being endorsed by Ken's Counseling Couch. This is just a person who is very much an expert in his field. And in general, those people who use those dolls, they're not just a sexual thing for them. It's actually its own whole discussion. We actually did, I'm hoping to re-release that episode, but it was a discussion on using those for treatment of pedophilic disorder. But that was its own show. But we'll continue. The extent to which each standard is enforceable is a matter of the professional judgment to be exercised by those responsible for reviewing alleged violations of ethical standards. Number 1, social workers' ethical responsibilities to clients. So these are relating to clients. So let's do the whole clap meme. Can I get the clap meme in chat? Yes. Yes, Queen. Ethical responsibilities to clients. Clap for me, baby. Give me the clap. Nope, not like that. I already took care of that to damn doctors. Don't joke. Don't make jokes. It's not funny. It itches. It itches. Don't make a joke about that. That's serious. .01 Commitment to clients. Social workers' primary responsibility is to promote the well-being of clients. Primary responsibilities to promote the well-being of clients. Clients. In general, clients' interests are primary. However, social workers' responsibility to the larger society or specific legal obligations may, on limited occasions, supersede the loyalty owed clients, and clients should also be so advised. Examples include when a social worker is required by law to report that a client has abused a child or is threatened to harm themselves or others, which we do on the first session every time. It's actually really fun. Hey, Viden, how's it going? 1.02, self-determination. Hey, this is fun. Again, ethics for commitment to clients and responsibilities to clients, right? So self-determination. Social workers respect and promote the right of clients to self-determination and assist clients in their efforts to identify and clarify their goals. Social workers may limit clients' right to self-determination when, in the social worker's professional judgment, clients' actions or potential actions pose a serious, foreseeable, and imminent risk to themselves or others. So they're thinking about harming themselves or others. Very, very common. Every state has some sort of exception to that. 1.03, informed consent. A, social workers should provide services to clients only in the context of a professional relationship based, when appropriate, on valid informed consent. That's why none of you guys are my clients, and I'm not performing any kind of social work services to you. I have disclaimed that. I can't tell you how many goddamn times as it comes to this channel. I am not your counselor. I do not want to be your counselor. I understand people would like me to be their counselor. It is not ethical for me to be your counselor. Got it? Good. There are plenty of great counselors that would be better suited for you at this point. I understand people's desire for me to be their counselor, but you were probably better served by another person. Social workers should use clear and understandable language to inform clients of the purpose of services, risks related to the services, limits to services because of the requirements of a third-party payer, relevant costs, reasonable alternatives, clients' rights to refuse or withdraw consent, and the time frame covered by the consent. Social workers should provide clients with an opportunity to ask questions. Do this every time. B. In instances when clients are not literate or having difficulty understanding the primary language used in the practice setting, social workers should take steps to ensure clients' comprehension. I may be doing that as it relates to the client population known as that. This is about that client population. We want to make sure we're in instances where they're having difficulty understanding the primary language in the practice setting. We're trying to make sure that this client understands these ethical principles. So this client needs to understand these ethical principles. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, I hope we're tracking, right? I really want this client to understand these ethical principles. Okay, so what was I doing? Something. Okay, back to what I was doing. Hey, Crime Stalker, how's it going? It was interesting being in your chat last night, I mean. They talked about Defu. Can you type that out in chat a bit more, Lemon Party? Also, never go to lemonparty.org. This is a fair warning. Do not ever go there. I'm not searing your eyeballs, and I'm not giving you therapy for what you do there. This may include providing clients with a detailed verbal explanation or arranging for a qualified interpreter or translator whenever possible. C. In instances when clients lack the capacity to provide informed consent, social workers should protect clients' interests by seeking permission from an appropriate third party and informing clients consistent with their level of understanding. In such instances, social workers should seek to ensure that the third party acts in a manner consistent with clients' wishes and interests. Social workers should take reasonable steps to enhance such clients' ability to give informed consent. D. In instances when clients are receiving services involuntarily, social workers should provide information about the nature and extent of services and the extent of the client's right to refuse. So that's with people who are like court-ordered services, how much they can be forced to participate, what they can technically say no to, things like that. Letter E. So 1.01E. Social workers should discuss with clients the social workers' policies concerning the use of technology in the provision of professional services. Basically, I text like a 15-year-old girl. You can text me or call me if you have any questions or concerns, is usually what that boils down to. And that we have like telehealth services that are secure and shit. Social workers who use technology to provide social work services should obtain informed consent from the individuals using these services during initial screening or interview and prior to initiating services. Social workers should assess clients' capacity to provide informed consent, and when using technology to communicate, verify the identity and location of the clients. So continue to keep notes. Do any of these apply to what I've done? Have I violated any ethical principles as of yet? Also, Punky, I know you're not stalking, but it's technically afternoon where I'm at. But hi, Punky. I am, if I haven't already said before, Punky was in my part 2 stream, but even though Punky did disagree with me, we still had a very good back and forth, and Punky has said that what happened to me was wrong. So Punky has stood up for the fact that this shit going down was incorrect. So I do give Punky a lot of credit on that. Even though we disagreed on that stream, it was a very interesting conversation to have, and I've talked to Punky afterwards. And so thank you for showing up, Punky. I do appreciate it. Letter G. Social workers should use technology to provide social work services, should assess the client's suitability and capacity for electronic or remote services. Social workers should consider the client's intellectual, emotional, and physical ability to use technology to receive services and ability to understand the potential benefits, risks, and limitations of such services. I hate telehealth because there's so many limits when it comes to kids. If clients do not wish to use services provided through technology, social workers should help identify alternative methods of service. H. Social workers should obtain clients' informed consent before making audio or video recordings of clients or permitting observation of service provision by a third party. Letter I. Social workers should obtain client consent before conducting an electronic search on the client. Exceptions may arise when the search is for purposes of protecting the client or others from serious, foreseeable, and imminent harm, or for other compelling professional reasons. Basically, I can't go and Google my clients or look them up on Facebook and check out their social media, is what this boils down to. That's actually unethical. You should not do that. 1.04 Competence. Again, social work ethical principles as it relates to the provision of, what was it? Let me see here. It says social work's responsibilities to clients is where we're still at in this section here. A. Social workers should provide services and represent themselves as competent only within the boundaries of their education, training, license, certification, consultation received, supervised experience, or other relevant professional experience. B. Social workers should provide services in substantive areas or use intervention techniques or approaches that are new to them only after engaging in appropriate study, training, consultation, and supervision from people who are competent in those interventions or techniques. That's why I only use techniques that I use. Like, one technique I want to learn is EMDR because it's a fucking amazing technique for dealing with trauma, but it has a bitch load of fucking requirements to learn. C. When generally recognized standards do not exist with respect to an emerging area of practice, social workers should exercise careful judgment and take responsible steps, including appropriate education, research, training, consultation, and supervision, to ensure the competence of their work and to protect clients from harm. D. Social workers who use technology in the provision of social work services should ensure that they have the necessary knowledge and skills to provide such services in a competent manner. This includes an understanding of the special communication challenges when using technology and the ability to implement strategies to address these challenges. That normally means like privacy. Like, how can you do therapy if you're doing telehealth and they're in one room but their family's in the rest of the house and can hear them? Like, that's one part to consider. E. Social workers who use technology in providing social work services should comply with laws governing technology and social work practice in the jurisdiction in which they are regulated and located, and, as applicable, in the jurisdiction in which the client is located. 1.05 Cultural competence. Actually, a really big part of social work practice. Social workers should demonstrate understanding of culture and its function in human behavior in society, recognizing the strengths that exist in all cultures. B. Social workers should demonstrate knowledge that guides practice with clients of various cultures and be able to demonstrate skills in the provision of culturally informed services that empower marginalized individuals and groups. Social workers must take action against oppression, racism, discrimination, and inequities, and acknowledge personal privilege. C. Social workers should demonstrate awareness and cultural humility by engaging in critical self-reflection, understanding their own bias and engaging in self-correction, recognizing clients as experts of their own culture, committing to lifelong learning, and holding institutions accountable for advancing cultural humility. D. Social workers should obtain education about and demonstrate understanding of the nature of social diversity and oppression with respect to race, ethnicity, national origin, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, and mental or physical ability. E. Social workers who provide electronic social work services should be aware of cultural and socioeconomic differences among clients' use and access to electronic technology and seek to prevent such potential barriers. Social workers should assess cultural, environmental, economic, mental, or physical ability, linguistic, and other issues that may arise with the delivery or use of these services. So this actually is important. The job I worked at prior to my life, not the one I just got fired from, but before that, when the pandemic hit and people weren't able to do in-person counseling, I had clients who didn't have access to internet or to electronics really to do therapy. We were able to get tablets and stuff as part of grants to give to these families on loan or to just give to them to keep to do therapy with. It was actually pretty nice because these people really did need therapy still. Daniel says, what if your client is literally a moron doing stuff wrong? That gets into, there's a lot of nuance with that question, to be honest. It's kind of really hard to answer that without more detail, because that, if you're talking a literal moron, it's different than just like a moron, like someone defined as like mentally retarded or mental deficit versus someone just acting that way. Like there's a whole bunch of nuance to that. Interesting thought though. 1.06, conflicts of interest. Again, as it relates to the client. Social workers should be alert to and avoid conflicts of interest that interfere with the exercise of professional discretion and impartial judgment. Social workers should inform clients when a real or potential conflict of interest arises and take reasonable steps to resolve the issue in a manner that makes the client's interest primary and protects client's interest to the greatest extent possible. In some cases, protecting client's interest may require the termination of the professional relationship with proper referral of the client. So, for example, I have a conflict of interest as it comes to clients who are primarily dealing with substance abuse, who have children, and the children have been victims of that substance abuse. I cannot ethically provide them services because I'm too concerned about my own conflict of interest. I will not take cases like that. I'll take every other case under the sun. I cannot do that. I'll take physical abuse, sexual abuse, everything else. I cannot do it because there's too much personal bias there because of shit that's happened with my wife's family. So that's where that comes from, right? So I purposely will not take those cases because I don't even want my clients to have the potential to have that happen. I will not allow it to happen. That's how much I care about the separation of conflicts of interest with my clients. B, social workers should not take unfair advantage of any professional relationship or exploit others to further their personal, religious, political, or business interests. C, social workers should not engage in dual or multiple relationships with clients or former clients in which there is a risk of exploitation or potential harm to the client. In instances when dual or multiple relationships are unavoidable, social workers should take steps to protect clients and are responsible for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries. Dual or multiple relationships occur when social workers relate to clients in more than one relationship, whether professional, social, or business. Dual or multiple relationships can occur simultaneously or consecutively. So, for example, if I'm a therapist to a client and I happen to say go to church with that client and I know them socially, you have to deal with that in specific context. You have to set appropriate boundaries. You can't just have your client invite you over for dinner or you invite them over for dinner. There's a lot of ways you have to specifically handle those situations. You can never, I think it mentions it here at some point, I think, if you ever have a client as a patient, obviously, if a person's a client of yours, you can never engage in a sexual relationship with them ever. That's actually unethical. Psychologists, I think it's after 7 or 10 years you can, but with social workers, they pretty much set the standard at ever. So D, when social workers provide services to 2 or more people who have a relationship with each other, for example, couples, family members, social workers should clarify with all parties which individuals will be considered clients and the nature of the social worker's professional obligations to the various individuals who are receiving services. Social workers who anticipate a conflict of interest among the individuals receiving services or who anticipate having to perform in potentially conflicting roles, for example, when a social worker is asked to testify in a child custody dispute or divorce proceedings involving clients, should clarify their role with the parties involved and take appropriate action to minimize any conflict of interest. It's actually really difficult thing to do is situations like that where you say maybe doing family counseling and then it turns into a divorce and now you're being called to testify or you're being deposed. Lots of fun. E, social workers should avoid communication with clients using technology such as social networking sites, online chat, email, text messages, telephone, and video. There's no IRC. What fucking boomers. For personal or non-work related purposes. Yep. Very simple. F, social workers should be aware that posting personal information on professional websites or other media might cause boundary confusion, inappropriate dual relationships, or other harm to clients. That's why all my shit on social media is private. G, social workers should be aware that personal affiliations may increase the likelihood that clients may discover social workers' presence on websites, social media, and other forms of technology. Social workers should be aware that Involvement in electronic communication with groups based on race, ethnicity, language, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, mental or physical ability, religion, immigration status, or other personal affiliations may affect their ability to work effectively with particular clients. So if, for example, I affiliate with a certain group, my clients don't know that, they may discover it, they may not want to work with me any further, or it could impact our professional relationship together. H. Social workers should avoid accepting requests from or engaging in personal relationships with clients on social networking sites or other electronic media to prevent boundary confusion, inappropriate dual relationships, or harm to clients. So this section right here on the dual relationships is exactly why I can't be anyone's therapist who watches me. Trust me, I've had many people ask me to do that. I could make money from you guys. I ethically can't do it, or I would have taken advantage of that already, right? There you go. So again, tell me where Ken's acting unethical. I'm still trying to figure this part out, because I still haven't figured that part out. Okay, that's a bit bigger. Okay, I like that. 1.07, privacy and confidentiality as it applies to the client. As far as social workers' ethical responsibilities. Oh, fuck, my mouth's getting dry. A, social workers should respect clients' right to privacy. Clients' right to privacy. Hold on. Let's do this. Blue. God damn it. So blue and yellow. Hold on. I'm House of Portable. That's my name. Okay. Fuck it. We'll just make this whole thing red. Okay. Social workers should not solicit private information from or about clients except for compelling professional reasons. Once private information is shared, standards of confidentiality apply. B. Social workers may disclose confidential information when appropriate with valid consent from a client or person legally authorized to consent on behalf of a client. C. Social workers should protect the confidentiality of all information obtained in the course of professional services, except for compelling professional reasons. The general expectation that social workers will keep information confidential does not apply when disclosure is necessary to prevent serious, foreseeable, and imminent harm to a client or others. In all instances, social workers should disclose the least amount of confidential information necessary to achieve the desired purpose. Only information that is directly relevant to the purpose for which the disclosure is made should be revealed. So if I have to disclose something personal a client tells me about like self-harm, but it was in context of something else that doesn't relate to it, I don't need to disclose all the other unnecessary detail, just that they're talking about harming themselves and that they need help. D. If social workers plan to disclose confidential information, they should, when feasible and to the extent possible, inform clients about the disclosure and potential consequences prior to disclosing the information. This applies whether social workers disclose confidential information on the basis of legal requirement or client consent. So like I tell people when I meet them, if I have to do a CPS/DCF/whatever report, obviously I'm not just going to do it behind your back. I'm going to do it with you in the room unless there's compelling reasons for me not to. You should, and I feel like you deserve to be part of that conversation. E. Social workers should discuss with clients or other interested parties the nature of confidentiality and limits a client's rights to confidentiality. Social workers should review with clients circumstances where confidential information may be requested and where disclosure of confidential information may be legally required. Do that on the first session. This discussion should occur as soon as possible in the social worker-client relationship and as needed throughout the course of the relationship. So if we're treading on those waters where I might have to make a disclosure, like, hey, don't forget, I have these legal responsibilities. F. When social workers provide counseling services to families, couples, or groups, social workers should seek agreement among the parties involved concerning each individual's right to confidentiality and obligation to preserve the confidentiality of information shared by others. This agreement should include consideration of whether confidential information may be exchanged in person or electronically, among clients or with others outside of formal counseling sessions. Social workers should inform participants in family, couples, or group counseling that social workers cannot guarantee that all participants will honor such agreements. My God, is that true and does it happen? G. Social workers should inform clients involved in family, couples, marital, or group counseling of the social workers, employers, and agency's policy concerning the social worker's disclosure of confidential information among the parties involved in counseling. H. Social workers should not disclose confidential information to third-party payers unless clients have authorized such disclosure. I. Social workers should not discuss confidential information electronically or in person in any setting unless privacy can be ensured. Social workers should not discuss confidential information in public or semi-public areas such as hallways, waiting rooms, elevators, or restaurants. J. Social workers should protect the confidentiality of clients during legal proceedings to the extent permitted by law. When a court of law or other legally authorized body orders social workers to disclose confidential or privileged information without a client's consent, and such disclosure would cause the harm to the client, social workers should request that the court withdraw the order or limit the order as narrowly as possible or maintain the record under seal, unavailable for public inspection. So, yes, that makes sense. I'm still not applicable to that. I wasn't any one of those practitioners in that case. In the case that shall not be named, is I'm going to call it for the moment. Letter K. Number K. Social workers should protect the confidentiality of clients when responding to requests from members of the media. So this one here is one that whenever I mention being able to discuss like public figures online for my profession, of all the other professions, this is the least restrictive one right here. Oh, motherfucker. Of all the other professions, that's the least restrictive one. As far as like, so like if the media wanted to interview me about someone. Public includes YouTube in the sense that it's a public space. It's not a place where that it's safe to discuss private information, but you also have to factor in the context. If you remember up above, it says you have to be able to, you can discuss it if you can ensure the confidentiality of the information. If you can protect their privacy, basically, which I have. No one knows any of my clients' names. No one should know any of my clients' names. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick, because I think it might be helpful to people understanding a bit more. I made this graphic a while back, and now that I've paid for my fucking Canva again, I can download the full graphic. Download PDF print. Download. So let me pull this off the screen for the moment so I can open it up. And oh, look, I did that already. So I'm going to stop. So let me remove this and then let me stop cam for the moment, because I just need to make sure that nothing else accidentally pops up. All right, so let me share. Stop that, and then let's share. Oh, let me do it this way. Home, open, diagnosing public figures. Okay. So, yes, I know that there's lines and shit touching on this. Don't make fun of me. There we go. So, diagnosing public figures, ethical standards for mental health practitioners. I also sourced this information from someone who did an actual article on this topic, and they cited the very same things, basically. I just put it in an infographic form. Psychiatrists are the ones that have to apply by the Goldwater rule. So they're the ones who can't do the whole diagnosis of public figures, basically. They kind of reworded it. So 7.3 for psychiatrists on their ethical goal, in their ethical principles. On occasion, psychiatrists are asked for opinion about an individual who is in the light of public attention or who has disclosed information about himself or herself through public media. In such circumstances, a psychiatrist may share with the public his or her expertise about psychiatric issues in general. However, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. So without the person's permission, they can't say that this person may have, like, they can say, well, these are the signs and symptoms of this. Like, that's called a Goldwater rule. It only applies to psychiatrists. So, for example, psychologists and their ethical principles in codes of conduct. 5.04, media presentations. When psychologists provide public advice or comment via print, internet, or other electronic statement or electronic transmission, they take precautions to ensure that the statements, 1, are based on their professional knowledge, training, and expertise in accordance with appropriate psychological literature and practice, 2, are otherwise consistent with this ethics code, and 3, do not indicate that a professional relationship has been established with the recipient. Have you guys noticed something that I have done in every single thing I've done online? Say, even though this is for psychologists, and it's more restrictive, because this one here is mine. They've renumbered them, I think, or whatever. 1.07K, privacy, and this is an old one. I actually have to update the citation I have. Social workers should protect the confidentiality of clients when responding to requests from members of the media. That's it. None of this restrictive shit up here. This is it. Licensed mental health counselors, C.6.C, media presentations. When counselors provide advice or comment by means of public lectures, demonstrations, radio, or television programs, recording technology-based applications, print articles, mailed material, or other media, they take reasonable precautions to ensure that 1, the statements are based on appropriate professional counseling literature and practice, 2, statements are otherwise consistent with the ACA Code of Ethics, and 3, the recipients of the information are not encouraged to infer that a professional counseling relationship has been established. The National Association, or I have the citation fucked up down here. Ignore that. Licensed marriage and family therapist, 3.11. Public statements. Marriage and family therapists, because of their ability to influence and alter the lives of others, exercise special care when making public their professional recommendations and opinions through testimony or other public statements. Have you seen the violation anywhere? And anything I've done yet? And we're not done. So let's go back to this. We're still making our way through, so they've re-lettered and numbered it. But so, like I said, they've renumbered it and everything. But that in general is the current ethical standards for pretty much when it deals with things like that. April Hall says, nope. How does that not apply? How is that not the correct application of the thing? I would like your explanation if I'm wrong, because I have yet to find a source that disagrees with me on that. I'm going to continue while I wait for someone who is against me. McDonald says, I recorded you tearing ass during a show recording. I didn't tear any ass. I don't know what you're talking about. If you mean tearing ass like getting mad, maybe, but other than that. Also, if anyone wants access to... Oh, you said nope, you're not wrong. Okay. Just to verify. Just verifying is all. So I did not. Dude, I don't do that. It's like the whole roses thing. Cue Outcast Roses. Yes, I listen to the hippity hop and R&B. Don't judge. L. God damn it, alphabet. It fucking duped me. L. Social workers should protect the confidentiality of clients' written and electronic records and other sensitive information. Social workers should take reasonable steps to ensure that clients' records are stored in a secure location and that clients' records are not available to others who are not authorized to have access. M. Social workers should take reasonable steps to protect the confidentiality of electronic communications, including information provided to clients or third parties. Social workers should use applicable safeguards, such as encryption, firewalls, and passwords. My password is 12345, but it's password 12345. 6. It's not part of them default password list, motherfuckers. And my login name is admin. Oh, shit. God damn it. Delete this. When using electronic communications such as email, online posts, online chat sessions, mobile communication, and text messages. N. Social workers should develop and disclose policies and procedures for notifying clients of any breach of confidential information in a timely manner. O. It's magic. Okay, as I was. In the event of an unauthorized access to client records or information, including any unauthorized access to the social worker's electronic communication or storage system, social workers should inform clients of such disclosures consistent with applicable laws and professional standards. P. Social workers should develop and inform clients about their policies consistent with prevailing social work ethical standards on the use of electronic technology, including internet-based search engines, to gather information about clients. Yes. You should not search for your clients on those notable websites and things that are very popular. Everyone knows of the. Let me see here if I can pull this up without it taking more than like 5 fucking minutes. Do I still have that window open? Yes, I do. There we go. So that includes popular websites like the following. So popular websites like Ask Jeeves are, things you need to warn your clients about, that, we can't just go search them up on Ask Jeeves and shit like that. There is that ethical standard. I don't know what a Google is. Quit asking me. That's not a thing. Quit making shit up. So anyway, we were doing something, I think. Let's continue that thing. Now I gotta find the damn PDF again. Wait, you don't know what Ask Jeeves is? I'm about to be really sad. I'm not a boomer, damn it. Listen, my very first access to the internet was on this device. Not this one, but let me pull it up. Copy the damn image address. You guys are killing me right now. If someone can name this, I don't think this is the right one, but I'm going to try it anyway. This was the very first thing I ever accessed the internet on. This, if someone can name this, I'll give them a 2-month subscription to my locals. But you can't Google it. Or look at the URL. It looks like a VCR and that's not a cable box. Invader Tech has it. It's Web TV, baby. Web TV was the very, very first thing I ever used to access the internet. My grandma had one back in the day. And my God, did I do things I wasn't supposed to do on that. Pro tip, don't let your kids run around on the internet unattended. And then I got my first computer at, yes, Nicole, you may ask Jeeves. That is permitted. How do you look up, okay, who the hell said TiVo? How do you do things on the internet with TiVo? Jeez, and those were before, I think they were before the early 2000s. I think the first one popped up in 96 or 97. It was Web TV started in 95 because I remember accessing it before the 2000s because I got my first computer in 2000. So there's that too. But yeah, that was my first foray into the internet. Okay, I'll give you that one. But let's do the thing we're here to do. Let's see here. No, this was back in the time before that. If you remember, before they were banned because of certain people that became popular because of famous television hosts like Chris Hansen. There was a time when AOL chat rooms were a thing. They quickly disappeared after a few years because of that kind of stuff. That kind of targeting of younger kids by older adults. I spent a lot of time in the different AOL and Yahoo chat rooms and boards and shit because I was like a kid and I didn't know better. This is why you shouldn't let your kids on social media and online and shit without fucking someone watching them. Squishy Hunter, AIM is still around. You can still download AIM. People still run. There's still a way to run it. I think it's called AIM Phoenix now. Yeah, there's something called AIM Phoenix now that's been that helped bring it back up to life in 2018. I think I found it. I don't know if this was in 2018 that this article was posted, but AIM Phoenix was supposed to help bring back AOL Instant Messenger. Also, do you guys remember getting 1,000 hours on your AOL CDs? Fuck yeah. It wasn't actually AOL end of life AIM in 2016 or 2017, but someone brought it back. I think there's a public group that runs it. Who remembers ICQ? God, I hated ICQ. It was fucking shitty interface. There was actually a group called No More AOL CDs that their entire goal was to collect 1 million AOL CDs and dump them on AOL's front door in a dump truck and just dump them all to show them how much of a waste it was because they didn't really need to do it. Oh, hey, it's Spitfire Nana. Spitfire Nana, I got to talk to her yesterday in Crime Hunters or Crime Stalkers live show that I was chatting with them in chat last night. They were reviewing the issue with Squishy, the cat, and her. So Crime Stalker did a stream on why on the whole Squishy the cat emails that Squishy said she didn't send to me, yet I showed proof multiple times. She stated they were photoshopped. I forwarded the original email, and Squishy, I think, was not happy about that because since then I've received at least one threat to my GoFundMe, and I have been given strongly worded advice that I need to get off of social media. And someone has used my name to create a new fake YouTube account, and they used their name in the fake email that they sent me through GoFundMe telling me that they made a new Gmail account using my name to send me a message to then tell me that I'm obviously a fraud, that I haven't worked for the company I was saying I worked with for 2 years, and that that they asked me how a startup business I had won a business pitch on was going because I won a business pitch competition in my undergrad, and I just, due to a family member suffering a horrible issue at the time, we had to use the money I won to help my wife deal with helping her family member who had fallen sick and ended up passing away. So that's what happened with that. So that's why they were asking about my business that I was supposed to be starting, which was a good, solid business idea. The people I was working with in the background to help prepare for the pitch, they felt it was a very good idea and everything. It was pretty cool. It was really sad. April, which 3 prominent names are you talking about? Yeah, I have no idea how that worked out, Squishy Hunter. That's just too perfect of a coincidence. I don't understand it. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on that one, but my God, that worked out perfectly. So let's continue what we were supposed to be talking about and not go autistically off track. That's internet autist, not actual autist. I'm not making a diagnosis. I'm making a joke. Q. Social workers should avoid searching or gathering client information electronically unless there are compelling professional reasons and when appropriate with the client's informed consent. Also, because apparently I need to highlight this again. Social workers should avoid searching or gathering client information. Oh, look, I made another color. Oh my God, this is so much fun. It's like color wheel shit. Like, dude. Oh, this is so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Anyway. Actually, let me highlight that in blue so I actually don't forget I actually read that. There we go. So again, client information. R. Social workers should avoid posting any identifying or confidential information about clients on professional websites or other forms of social media. S. God damn it. Social workers should transfer or dispose of clients' records in a manner that protects clients' confidentiality and is consistent with applicable laws governing records and social work licensure. T. Social workers should take reasonable precautions to protect client confidentiality in the event of the social worker's termination of practice, incapacitation, or death, which is actually a good point. Like if I died today, how does my confidential records get handled? That's where you put in place things in like a will or a trust that, these records need to be stored till next time, and after so many years can be disposed of or shredded, those kind of things. Number U, social workers should not disclose identifying information when discussing clients for teaching or training purposes unless the client has consented to the disclosure of confidential information. So this is where people hit me on the potential that I'm disclosing client information and I'm violating ethics. So social workers should not disclose identifying information when discussing clients for teaching or training purposes unless you have the consent for the disclosure. So what I'm effectively doing on YouTube is a teaching or training purpose, and I am not disclosing any personal information. So I hope that makes that clear. I actually need to make a note of that because I need to put that into my graphic. So this is number U, confidential info, training purposes section. There we go. All right. Ken has a dead man switch to his browser history and his entire porn collection. If my heartbeat stops for more than 30 seconds, it all gets deleted. Like, no joke. If there's one thing that I protect more than even the military secrets from my time in the military, it's that. That will go with me to my fucking grave. Letter or number V. Social workers should not disclose identifying information when discussing clients with consultants unless the client has consented to disclosure of confidential information. So if I consult with a coworker or something like that, then I can say, hey, I've got this client, that's dealing with this, and that. They're this, and this name, and I'll tell them where they live because it's not pertinent unless I have a reason to disclose it or they've consented to disclose it. I have to have a compelling need to disclose that if I don't have consent. W, social workers should protect the confidentiality of deceased clients consistent with the preceding standards. That makes sense too. 1.08, access to records. A, social workers should provide clients with reasonable access to records. Social workers who are concerned for clients' access to their records could cause serious misunderstandings or harm to the client should provide assistance in interpreting the record. What the hell was that? That was weird. I think I'm back. Am I back? Oh, please don't tell me my internet went down. Let me get both internets up. Okay. Letters are numbers. And there's no F. Okay, internet's back. So, that's good. see. This isn't coming across, is it? If I play this, does it? No, I would need to enable that. I think they're there. Actually, where is my cam and mic coming from? Camera, audio. Okay, good. I was making sure that I wasn't getting I have no idea why the Backstreet Boys was opened in one of my browser windows. It's so weird. There we go. Okay. And consultation with the client regarding the records. Social workers should limit clients' access to their records or portions of their records only in exceptional circumstances where there's compelling evidence that such access would cause serious harm to the client. So if I put something in the record that they could misinterpret and it could cause them to have, say, like a psychotic episode or something like that, that they would, become violent because they don't understand what it means, that's where you would, like very particularly, you could limit it and things like that. Both clients' requests and the rationale for withholding some or all of the client's records should be documented in the client's files. B. Social workers should develop and inform clients about their policies, consistent with prevailing social work ethical standards on the use of technology to provide clients with access to their records. C. When providing clients with access to their records, social workers should take steps to protect the confidentiality of other individuals identified or discussed in such records. Oh, here we go. 1.09, sexual relationships. A. Social workers should, under no circumstances, engage in sexual activities, inappropriate sexual communication through the use of technology or in person, or sexual contact with current clients, whether such contact is consensual or forced. I love how that's in there. B. Social workers should not engage in sexual activities or sexual contact with clients' relatives or other individuals with whom the client maintain a close personal relationship with when there is a risk of exploitation or potential harm to the client. Sexual activity or sexual contact with the client's relatives or other individuals with whom clients currently maintain a personal relationship has the potential to be harmful to the client and may make it difficult for the social worker and client to maintain appropriate professional boundaries. Social workers, not their clients' relatives, or other individuals with whom the client maintains a personal relationship, assume the full burden for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries. So it's my job too. The clients are not the ones who have the responsibility to set the boundaries. It's my job, is basically the job of that. No, you're not my client. You can keep sending me nudes. Thank you. Now, if you are my client, it's different. So we remember, we got to have those on this side over here. So this side over here, you say the social worker. If you're a client, you can't do that. If you're not a client, you may send as many nudes as you want. You can send them to Ken Jennings KF plus nudes@gmail.com. Number C, to piss off Twisted. Social workers should not engage in sexual activity or sexual contact with former clients because of the potential for harm to the client. Just like I said, if social workers engage in conduct contrary to this prohibition or claim that an exception to this prohibition is warranted because of extraordinary circumstances, it is the social workers, not their clients, who assume the full burden of demonstrating that the former client has not been exploited, coerced, or manipulated, intentionally or unintentionally. So if I'm going to have a sexual relationship with a former client, I need to show, and I have the full burden to show, that the client was not exploited, coerced, or manipulated, whether it was intentionally or unintentionally manipulated or coerced or exploited. So even though I didn't intentionally do it, if it was one of those, I'm screwed, and not in the good way. No, just no. That's a whole different type of therapy. Now there is sex therapy, but it's different. Not like that. D, social workers should not provide clinical services to individuals with whom they have had a prior sexual relationship. Providing clinical services to a former sexual partner has the potential to be harmful to the individual and is likely to make it difficult for the social worker and individual to maintain appropriate professional boundaries. Very clear. Yeah, that's nothing but consent forms. Just all day consent forms. Every time you change position, consent form. New sex act, consent form. Every orgasm, consent form. Just all damn day. It's ridiculous. If you do that. 1.10, physical contact. Social workers should not engage in physical contact with clients when there is a possibility of psychological harm to the client as a result of the contact, such as cradling or caressing clients. God damn it. Oh, shit, my mic was on. Fuck. Shit. How do I fix that? Damn it. Okay, so I have never cradled a client. Or caressed. No, I've never done that, but I love how the wording is. I have engaged in appropriate physical contact with clients, and I've set clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries that govern such physical contact. Like when kids want to give you a hug after you've done a good counseling session, or when you haven't seen them in a while and they want to give you a hug. If the parents are okay with that and the kid's okay with that, you can give them a hug. That's it. All you got to do is find that hug. All you got to do is find that, get that permission. Everyone's cool. Everyone understands it's appropriate. It's normal for kids to do that. Cool. Not a big deal. Different if you go up and do these kind of things with the same client for many obvious reasons. 1.11, sexual harassment. Social workers should not sexually harass clients. Sexual harassment includes sexual advances, sexual solicitation, requests for sexual favors, or other verbal, written, electronic, or physical contact of a sexual nature. 1.12, derogatory language. Social workers should not use derogatory language in their written, verbal, or electronic communications to or about clients. Social workers should use accurate and respectful language in all communications to and about clients. So I can't call my clients by a derogatory term. I can't even refer to them by one because that would be bad. That actually would be bad. Like if I had, say, like an African-American client and I referred to them all by the N-word or another derogatory term, that would actually be unethical. Just referring to them as that. Right? But obviously I don't do that because I'm not that kind of person. 1.13, payment for services. Oh, this part is not the services you think of. Those services are obtained through onlyfans.com/Ken's Casting Couch. While I'm still waiting my approval. A, when setting fees, social workers should ensure that the fees are fair, reasonable, and commensurate with the services performed. Consideration should be given to the client's ability to pay. That's where you'll see sliding scales or grants for low-income people because we do want people to get access to counseling, but we don't want them to, what's the word? They need access to counseling, but you don't want to put them in a bad financial situation by having them come to counseling, right? That's not helpful. That doesn't serve them at all because if they're, what the fuck's the word I'm looking for? If they're trying to come to counseling and it's too expensive for them, or it's putting them in a bad financial situation, then it doesn't help. I've told clients before, let me know. I'll help you we'll figure out a payment plan. We'll figure out something like that. If you fall behind in payments or you lose your job and you need to continue counseling, we'll work something out. Make small payments. Pay me $5 a session. We'll figure out the rest later. Something. Let me know you're still committed. Right? So number B, social workers should avoid accepting goods or services from clients as payment for professional services. Oh my God, the highlighter got turned off. I'm so sad. Damn it. There we go. Bartering arrangements, particularly involving services, create the potential for conflicts of interest, exploitation, and inappropriate boundaries in social workers' relationship with clients. Social workers should explore and may participate in bartering only in very limited circumstances when it can be demonstrated that Such arrangements are accepted practice among professionals in the local community, considered to be essential for provision of services, negotiated without coercion, and entered into the client at the client's initiative with the client's informed consent. So it can be done, but in a very specific manner. Social workers who accept goods or services from clients as payment for professional services assume the full burden of demonstrating that this arrangement will not be detrimental to the client or the professional relationship. Same kind of thing as before. It's on me to figure it out. It's my responsibility to show that it's not detrimental and that it's not being done, being done in such a way that would harm them or be exploiting them. Number C, social workers should not solicit a private fee or other remuneration for providing services to clients who are entitled to such available services through the social worker's employer or agency. 1.14, clients who lack decision-making capacity. So this kind of, if we go back to the whole, wrong button. So if we go back to this, idea here of who can make decisions, who has the capacity to make decisions, whether they can make good and informed decisions. It's the same kind of clients that, I may have on my couch at certain points of time. Those kind of clients, kind of particularly certain kinds of clients, they may not be capable of making, the best decisions, and they can make harmful decisions in the process. I'm not, saying who that may or may not be, but why can I not? That's not letting me do that. That's so weird. That person was not where it was supposed to be. Why is it not letting me? Is that this one? No, that's something different. I want this one. Maybe certain clients that are on my couch are not able to make decision-making, they don't have that decision-making capacity. They want to just do things. They think they can sit in this chair, but they can't. They really need to sit here. Actually, let's try this because I'm bored. Can we get... how did they do this yesterday? Proper, nope, wrong button. Go here. And can I do it in such a way? Can I get them to lay? Oh my God, they cannot fit on the couch. I was going to try and get them to lay down on the couch, but I cannot do that. That was a bad idea. So let's not do that. Laying down on the couch did not work. So we're not going to lay down on the couch today. Sorry. I tried. It was worth a shot, right? So the joke is wearing itself out, I know. Don't make fun. Back to the window capture. There we go. But those who lack decision-making capacity or who struggle with it, the couch lost. I was going to make a PPP joke, but using Karen's in the letter for Karen, but I just realized I can't do that without it coming off very inappropriately. You guys can infer in chat. When social workers act on behalf of clients who lack the capacity to make informed decisions, social workers should take reasonable steps to safeguard the interests and rights of those clients. 1.15, interruption of services. Oh, hey, this actually applies to what has happened. Social workers should make reasonable efforts to ensure continuity of services in the event that services are interrupted by factors such as unavailability, disruptions in electronic communication, relocation, illness, mental or physical ability, or death. Yeah, this may have some relation to what has happened this week and a half. So my boss isn't a social worker. She's a different profession, but still, nonetheless, the ethics are usually similar-ish. They're still dealing with interruption of services and stuff. You need to not have an interruption, and you need to ensure continuity if possible. Yeah, the red looks like shit. Do we have an orange? Can I have an orange? Let's try orange. How does orange look on black? Ooh. Oh, yes. Look at that orange. Sexy orange. So I like the red, or I like the orange. We also have available for options is, what fucking color is that? Ew. It's like a salmon. We have a deep purple. That's kind of dark too. It's like, what is that? I don't even know what color that is. It's not a bright color. We have grays. We have shades of gray too, but that looks weird. So blue. I'll stick to blue and orange. All right, kids, if you can't figure out a color of crayon to eat in chat, y'all are not going to eat crayons today. You get to eat glue instead. Doesn't have as much flavor. Holy crap, kids. 1.16 referral of services. A. Social workers should refer clients to other professionals when other professionals' specialized knowledge or expertise is needed to serve clients fully, or when social workers believe that they are not being effective or making reasonable progress with clients and that other services are required. B. Social workers who refer clients to other professionals should take appropriate steps to facilitate an orderly transfer of responsibility. Social workers who refer clients to other professionals should disclose, with clients' consent, all pertinent information to the new service providers. C. Social workers are prohibited from giving or receiving payment for a referral when no professional service is provided by the referring social worker. So I can't get a kickback because I sent this person to a different social worker. 1.17, termination of services. Let's get some orange up again. Termination of services. Social workers should terminate services to clients and professional relationships with them when such services and relationships are no longer required or no longer serve the client's interests. Look at that wording. B. Social workers should take reasonable steps to avoid abandoning clients who are still in need of services. Social workers should withdraw services precipitously only under unusual circumstances, giving careful consideration to all factors in the situation and taking care to minimize possible adverse effects. Interesting. Social workers should assist in making appropriate arrangements for continuation of services when necessary. Yeah. That's an interesting point, isn't it? Yeah. What about them adverse effects that we're supposed to minimize? That you can usually minimize with like a 2-week notice situation. And you can kind of help transfer over a week or two. Not something you can mitigate in a day or an hour. That's kind of weird. C. Social workers in a fee-for-service setting may terminate services to clients who are not paying an overdue balance if the financial contractual arrangements have been made clear to the client, if the client does not pose an imminent danger to self or others, and if the clinical or other consequences of the current non-payment have been addressed and discussed with the client. So that one doesn't necessarily need the orange. Basically saying if they don't pay and it's in the agreement that if they don't pay, they're not in the situation that they're going to harm themselves, you can terminate the relationship. So Invader Tack brings up a good point. Invader Tack says your former boss is in breach. There's a very strong argument to make there. I'm not going to say one way or the other whether or not that's the case. But one could argue that my former boss breached her own ethical obligations. Actually, let me see something. So, one thing I could see is if you had to terminate an employee because their actions were causing a danger to your clients or to the business, and I'm guessing that would probably be the best assumption. So what was section of the termination? So I need to look it up under termination. Give me 1 second, guys. What is the abbreviation here? Okay. So I'm going to pull up another document real quick. So I need to pull the screen down while I do that. So give me a second. So stopping cam, give me 1 second while I do this. And I pull up a third document. And we're just going through a bunch of shit today. Let's see here. What page is that on? I was on page letter 1. No, page letter. What page is this? Page letter 5. Page letter 5. Got it. Twisted, I hope you're very upset with my use of the phrasing. I'm sure it's bothering you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Letter 4. Letter 5. Okay, here we go. Let me highlight this section real quick, and then we'll go over it. I think it bears an important point to make. And again, I'm not insinuating that this was actually the case, but I think it's a healthy discussion to have. Fuck, that's the wrong color to use. Let's do pink. So, my boss is a licensed mental health counselor. My former boss, I keep having to fucking say that. My former boss is a licensed mental health counselor. We will be reading the licensed mental health counselor. Oh, shit. Too much. So let me scroll over. There we go. Perfect. That fits in there. So this is for licensed mental health counselors. What the hell's the organization called? American Mental Health Counselors Association. The abbreviation CMHC means clinical mental health counselor is what it was saying up top. Let me double check. I hate when I don't know the damn abbreviation. Clinical mental health counselor. Yes, there we go. All right, so let's read through this. Number 5, termination referral. Clinical mental health counselors do not abandon or neglect their counseling clients. Assistance is given in making appropriate arrangements for the continuation of treatment when necessary during interruptions such as vacation or following termination. B, CMHCs may terminate a counseling relationship when it is reasonably clear that the client is no longer benefiting, when services are no longer required, when counseling is no longer serves the needs and or interests of the client, or when the agency or institution do not allow provision of further counseling services. C, CMHCs may terminate a counseling relationship when clients do not pay a fee do not pay fees charged when insurance denies treatment. In such cases, appropriate referrals are offered to the client. D, if CMHCs determine that services are not beneficial to the client, they avoid immediately terminating the counseling relationship. Instead, appropriate referrals are made. If the clients decline to suggest a referral, CMHCs may discontinue the relationship. E, when CMHCs refer clients to other professionals, they will be collaborative. F, CMHCs take steps to develop a safety plan if a client's at risk of being harmed or suicidal. If necessary, they refer to the appropriate resources and contact appropriate support. So, let's see here. So, I think the best way you could interpret this would be under 5A. Where the hell did my mouse? There we go. Let's say, where the fuck is my mouse? But, damn it. Here we go. So 5A would be assistance is given in making appropriate arrangements for continuation of treatment when necessary during interruptions such as vacation and following termination. So my boss stated that she would have the office reach out to clients and see if they wanted to continue with another provider. Some of them were not able to necessarily continue with another provider because A, I'm sure that some of them were full, and B, I was taking clients at basically a rate that was very low, that the business didn't make money because it was basically all my fee. And the rest of it, was like maybe a couple bucks that went to the company of the fee. It was just enough to pay my hours, pay my hourly rate. It was basically it. The people that are there now, I don't know if they're willing to take those on because it's not really the same pay that they might be getting, because some of them are fully licensed and get paid a percentage rate. Some of them get paid a different way than I do. They take higher fee clients than I did. I was open to taking people at lower rates because, one, always need the hours because of the fucking process, and two, because some of the people legitimately need help. So yeah, bad grifter. You can grift me. I can grift you guys harder if you guys will go to supportken.com and check out my GoFundMe. So with this in mind, think about the termination rules under her code of ethics and then mine, and then just a general thought process. Say, just a general thought. Do you guys, what do you guys think about that? Do you think that could have been, was determined, like, if you look at it from it's maybe more a legal perspective, was the termination necessary to affect the harm that was worried about being done, I guess, as from a business perspective, right? So there's the whole business side of it. Second, I'm trying to respond to a message from support staff from locals. Okay. Sorry about that. Again, trying to juggle things. So, again, back to the question, is this the least potential harm that could be done to this person, to this client, to those clients, right? Was the termination necessary that same day? Did I need to be made to leave the building that same day? That same hour? I was in and out of the building in less than an hour with all my stuff packed up. I walked in the building like 5 minutes till 2. I was out of the building at 14:47. So even if you didn't like what I did and you thought it was, and my boss terminated my work relationship because of apparently me being unethical, and my supervisor also terminated our supervision relationship based on me being unethical. I still have yet to find anything in the code of ethics that shows me being unethical. And I'm not saying that because, I have to be right on this, or like I can't find anything where I violated an ethical principle anywhere. We're not done yet. We're 31 of 49 pages in. We're going to try and finish this today. But it's frustrating because, like, of all the things that could have happened here, I know I'll be okay. I'm pretty sure most of my clients will be okay, but I don't know. But when you have kids as young as like 8, 9, 10, who you've built a strong counseling relationship with, you suddenly stop it. Oh, you need to start with a new counselor. Why? My boss can't tell them why I was terminated. That would actually be put her on an actual legal fucking problem. Is if she said, well, I fired him for this. Because that's technically defamation. Employers aren't supposed to do that from an HR perspective. Like, you don't do that. I've been looking for jobs. And you know how hard it is to find a job when I can't use my old job as a reference? Because so many, like, I've gotten lucky because I found one place that I might be able to leverage the fact that I'm a veteran. Might be able to leverage the fact I'm a veteran to get a job at. And because I know they'll be rational potentially when I talk to them. because everyone wants references from former professional organizations. That's it. So I've got to figure out a way to explain this to a new employer. So what about your last job? What you got to get like reference? So I was terminated from there because of this. How do you begin to explain what I did? How do you begin to explain in an interview or in an email what I did? Because I didn't do anything wrong. But I lost my job for it. I lost my source of income to fucking feed me and my wife and my family and my pets. Right? People have told me, go do the streaming shit more full time. Do the YouTube shit full time. Like, I don't know if I can make money off of it, or I would. Like, I have to have people say, your content's different. Your content is interesting. Do it full time, or do it, or just make your shit YouTube. Do YouTube full time. I'd like to do that, but also I have to make sure I can pay my bills. If I could mostly guarantee I'd make enough to cover my bills with the other sources of income I have. Thank you, VA, for making me or thank you, military, for making me disabled. But if I could make sure my bills were covered and get caught back up on some of the bills I've fallen behind on because of just emergencies this year, it's just, I love what I do. This is an incredibly stress relief for me to do it, to do this shit, to do the streams. I love it to death. It's so helpful to my mental health. It hurts to not be able to do it, like to have to worry about shutting up forever. And I'm not shutting up. The people who were there telling me, I risk my job. I can't. So actually, I got an email from someone. Let me see if I can pull that bitch up real quick. Shit, I have to open that app real quick. I got an email from someone trying to give me some advice on stuff. And I thought this part was probably the funniest. Because they made some interesting points about like seeking an attorney and shit and all that other stuff. But it was this section here that I thought was the most interesting. Let me blur out some of the rest of this. Because if any of you have followed me or seen my content or seen the shit I do, you will know that this makes no sense. Because I just don't do that kind of shit. Right? So, here we go. So let me pull up this window real quick. Oh, God damn it. No. Damn it. Okay. Is my audio still there? Okay, my audio looks like it's still there. Audio is okay. Okay, audio's still there. Thank God. I hit my fucking button for voice meter by accident instead of hitting my OBS button. So my voice meter was trying to kick on. I'm like, no, don't do that. Oh shit. Hold on. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let me pull that off screen real quick. Window capture. Screen press. Here we go. So I don't know if I could. I'm going to need to probably make this big screen for the moment. So let me just do this to get rid of the rest of this stupid fucking screen. God damn it. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to pull this up real quick. It's going to probably block shit, but I don't care. So let me scoot it that way. Here we go. All right, so God damn it. Pull this up here. Okay. So they sent me an email, and part of this email said number 4. They had like 6 things they listed. Choose between your career and your online activities. If you've gotten this far, you probably have decided that you do want to pursue your chosen career path. Because I will be honest, Ken, you cannot be this guy, Kiwi Farms, Ken Jennings, and be a licensed clinical social worker. You just can't. You must choose. This whole First Amendment being offensive is my civil right. Women are inferior. 4chan are the Donald, quote, manosphere thing. It's simply not compatible with your line of work. You can't do both. You can't say that's not fair and push back against, or you can say that's not fair and push back against it, but it's just not going to work out. If you want to transition to being someone who works for themselves and making a living being a YouTuber, okay, but you must decide now. So apparently I can't do both. So that's interesting, isn't it? Also, Evil Bunny, yeah, I have to send them a clip of the section from today's stream where I went over your the donations, because I need to get those two donations cleared, because they were high donations that were made while the stream was not running. So it shows him tipping 200, but the stupid thing's in the way. Let me put, why is that? Do that one more time. So there we go. Have another $200. Thank you so much, buddy. That's fucking awesome. Now, how much did that put in my cup? Did I fill up my cup? See these big balls down here? That means you tipped a lot. So I actually need to get with Pix Lexi, because she can make custom little balls and coins and shit that will fall into my cup here. I need to get a Sprite sheet made, but I can have custom little things fall in my cup. I want to get the cup to either like sit on the table somehow, or I don't know, maybe because it needs to be big enough to see. Because I do like the tip cup idea. I've always thought it looks cool, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me being weird. But you guys get the point. Thank you again, Evil Bunny. I do appreciate it. That's fucking awesome. I'm so happy from all the support you guys have been giving me. It's been overwhelming in its own right. Like I have hated the fact that I've had to ask for money. My wife has said she's embarrassed to some degree that I've had to do it. I kind of disagree to a certain extent on that personally, but I get it. My wife will be upset if Pix Lexi. I don't care. She can be the one who she can customize your balls. So let's see. Grimoire says, why is therapy and psychology forced to be confined in a private room? Why can't mental health workers be professional and act like normal human beings at the same time? Well, the thing is that's why I've said I can't be anyone who watches me. I can't be their counselor, because I have a separate personal life and a separate professional life. Because guess what? All the ethical principles we've gone through so far are still as they apply to the client. We haven't even gotten to broader society or profession. So any of the things I violated, allegedly, would apply only to things that would be my client, if any of the things that I fit inside. Have you confirmed that, Twisted Puppet? Like, is she an actual employee of that? Like, if that's the case, then we have some really interesting shit to talk about. Yeah, I'm doing that. I am asking for help. I don't like asking for help. I will be paying it forward. I'm going to keep accounting of every dime I received, and I'm going to pay it forward somehow. Don't know how yet. But Twisted said that's what I heard. Okay. I know a guy who covers heavy metal records on YouTube and is a long-term professional psychologist. Yes, but remember, I also do my streams in my own unique fashion. Like, I'm not this professional guy wearing a suit and tie, or girl, depending on my gender, however Critical K wants to gender or misgender me. That was great. Thank you, Keck7Go, for that. Also, Keck was telling the absolute truth on that, if anyone watched that. He wasn't necessarily trolling. He was being accurate. So that's still funny as shit to me. It was still funny. I do it in a way that has its own kind of twist to it and its own spin. And so people would say that I'm acting unprofessionally and that I'm making the profession look bad, especially since my name's out there and people are trying to tie my name back to me over and over again now, is what I'm hearing. So that's fun. But, well, I mean, we'll see what the outcome of that is. Oh, man. So let's see. Where did we leave off here? Number D. Social workers should not terminate services to pursue a social, financial, or sexual relationship with a client. Oh, I'm still in pink. Back to blue. The funny thing is when I go to close this, it's going to ask me if I want to save all the highlights I've done. Because I actually had to, because the document I obtained may have had DRM attached to it because I bought it from the NASW. And this PDF has DRM attached. Or it wasn't a PDF, it was an EPUB that had DRM attached to it. And it was stupid because I hate DRM. But I was able to remove it potentially, possibly, allegedly, with Calibre DDRM. Number E, social workers who anticipate the termination or interruption of services to clients should notify clients promptly and seek the transfer, referral, or continuation of services in relation to the client's needs and preferences. Who anticipate? I mean, I don't know. Didn't necessarily anticipate that. Social workers who are leaving an employment setting should inform clients of appropriate options for the continuation of services and of the benefits and risks of the options. All right, so that's all of the social work ethical responsibilities to clients. Everything above this line here was social work obligations to clients, right? Just so we're all in the understanding. All of this was up here was all obligations to clients. We're going to move on to letter 2. So letter 2, social workers' ethical obligations to colleagues. Oh, did you guys like, hi Spectre, do you guys like the green or the blue better? So hide the crayons. Everybody put your crayons back. Put your crayons back. Spectrum is here. Spectrum is in the chat. Hide your crayons. We don't want anyone's crayons to go missing. So actually, let me help out with that. I don't want anyone's crayons to go missing and me be blamed for it. I've been blamed for too much shit this week. So I'm going to help out with that. So let me do this. And let me help out with that. Because I don't want crayons to go missing. It's not fair if Spectre is hungry that people's crayons go missing. That's not okay with me. So let me address this problem real quick. And then we'll continue. Oh my God, we have another donation. Rogel Dorn tipped $20 and said, for the Emperor. Say, I must have got a really interesting job title promotion then. But I'll take it. Thank you so much, sir. Or ma'am. Or there. Or Zen. I don't know what your pronouns are. But I'll take them anyway. So how do I do this? All right. So just to make sure that everyone's items are safe and sound, let's go ahead and put this here. And we should be good to go. So no one should have to worry at this point now. Everyone's safe. I've got a provided meal for Spectre in the chat. So, Spectre, if you look in your upper left, there's a 200 pack of Crayola crayons. If you get hungry, please use those crayons. Please do not touch anyone else's crayons without permission. If you trade crayons for flavors, you can. Make sure you give them back, okay? but you have crayons here. Actually, I think I got the wrong ones. I might have gotten the wrong crayons. Shit. Oh shit, this might be better. This actually might be way better. Or funnier. So give me 1 second. Also, this is live and breaking. Why the fuck did it not show up? Did I save it to the wrong spot? No, I can't read. There we go. So I have a live view of Spectre reading the instructions and listening to the instructions that I just gave. So this is a live view into Spectre's home. As you can see, that's a problem. So also, I have to say, very cute dress, Spectre. That's a very cute dress. Anyway, what were we doing? I wish I could read. God damn it! I know. We'll get you some Hooked on Phonics sometime in the near future. Maybe we'll do a Hooked on Phonics stream. Or a Hooked on Monkey Phonics, if you remember from South Park. We were doing something. What was it? Oh, yeah, we were reading. Did we ever pick green or blue? I don't know if we ever picked green or blue. So we'll do this. Actually, where the fuck is my browser window? And so let's try this. All right. You have a poll. Did it work? Wait, did it not work? There we go. You guys get like a minute, maybe, to pick. So pick your color. So pick your color, pick your flavor. Spectre, the top option is green and the bottom option is blue. I know you can't read, so there's your help. Oh shit, Spectre, you do need a wrench. Let me give you your wrench. Where the hell are you at? Add mod. Spectre, you've been wrenched. Who else do I need to wrench? Who else is supposed to be wrenched right now? Someone's supposed to be wrenched and I don't know who. Also, Adams, you're getting a promotion too, because you've been very familiar in here a lot. And Evil Bunny, you're getting a promotion too. And who else? While I'm thinking about it, who else gets a promotion today? Also, Evil Bunny, you kind of bought your way into a wrench, so I'll give you that. You can buy a wrench for, what is it, $500, $700 at this point. Who else is here? I think the dollhouse had to take off, so thanks for stopping by, Punky. Okay, no doxing, Matt Jarbo. That's not me. Let's see. No Baby Shark Yellow. All right, so let's end. You guys have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I'm ending the poll. Green is the winner of the poll as I hit end. Blue loses. There's no flesh colored version either. Stop asking. let's see. If I did miss anyone who's supposed to be a wrench, either hit me up later or something. I'll add you next go around. So tomorrow's stream, we're going to be doing at least 4 hours, because tomorrow's stream is going to be what's today? Episode 16. Tomorrow will be episode 17, which will episode 17, episode 14, part 2, rewatch Boogaloo. We will be rewatching the stream that got me to lose my job. So that's going to be fun. So the reason that hasn't, damn it, it won't let me do that at the moment. Shit. Anyway, so tomorrow we'll be rewatching the stream that got me to lose my job. I hate listening to myself, ironically. So it's going to suck, but I'm going to do it anyway. But I had to screen record the 4-hour video with the live chat next to it. Because if I made the video live again, anyone could delete their chats. That's the problem. Is if I didn't do that, people may have deleted their chats. I needed to record it for any legal purposes. But tomorrow we will be reviewing the stream. I have also one more section I need to blank out at the request of someone for privacy reasons due to sharing personal information. I will be censoring a small portion out of a chat or two they made, and it has nothing to do with any of the information I discussed. It is a personal thing they were sharing. Is it related to the topic? That is the only thing that's being taken out of that stream. Everything else is coming in raw and uncut. So there's no edits. It's just basically 4 hours of me copying the stream with OBS and taking up like several gigs of space on my fucking computer. So that's that. It's going to be 4 hours of basically the same thing we already did. We're going to watch it unfold. I'm going to provide some commentary as it goes along. My goal will be to, I think, figured out how I'm going to do it. Is I have the ability to change the brand colors in my overlays. So what I will do is, while it is restreaming, I'm probably going to leave it blue. And then if I'm going to add commentary, I'll put up either a red, I'll probably have my name turned off, but I'll probably put up a banner that says live commentary like this. Oh, shit, I did that wrong. So I'll probably put up a banner that says something like this. So that way you know it's me talking in the moment versus the video replaying. Because someone said that they have watched people do streams like that before and it's hard to follow up. So MATI should be live sometime soon. What's that again? I don't remember what that is off the top of my head. What time is that stream? I blanked out hearing it. It's going to take 4 hours to do at least, because that's how long the original video is. My goal is to only pause as minimal as possible. There will be necessary pauses to explain background and context, like when I had to mute. Oh, okay. Bad at the internet will be okay. Is he supposed to be talking about this? What happened to me at all, or no? I didn't know if that was supposed to come up. I'm not saying it needs to. No, we'll be going over so Diego asked which stream, your stream or the Karen stream? No, my stream. Fuck their stream. I don't care about their stream. We're going over my stream. We're going to watch my stream and we're going to watch the shit I said. We're going to watch everything I said. You're going to hear everything I said. Um, but so we'll be going through it again. I don't know. I'm hoping we get through it. I'd like to do it all in one shot, so I'm going to have to start early. So that probably means my wife leaves at 10. She'll be gone until. I'm probably going to need to start around 10:30 at the latest a.m. Eastern time. So let me put a banner up for. Hold on. So let's do this. All right, so let's try this. So add the banner. All right, so Sophie Stream re-release will be at 10:30. Actually, let me edit that. 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. So I'm aiming for 10:30. It could be pushed back to 11 at the latest. So there's that. Also, let me just take my name off for today because it's in the way of the chat. Oh, there we go. Or no, maybe it wasn't in the way of the chat. Let me edit it again. Oh, maybe it was. God damn it. Let me just put the space back then. Because I don't feel like going into Stream Elements right now to move it. Okay, there we go. So tomorrow will be at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, July 31st. We'll be doing the re-release. So yeah, I would imagine so. So please share it far and fucking wide. In fact, here is what we're going to do right now. Because I'm pretty sure I already made the cover for it. Where'd it go? Or did I not get to that yet? All your designs. No. Uploads. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get while we're doing this, I'm going to work on getting the thumbnail made so I can, where the fucking thing go? Here we go. There we go. I needed to get the old thumbnail made because I was going to use it as part of the new thumbnail. So I'll do that. And then I was going to add one funny ass thing to the thumbnail because I have a weird sense of humor. But I'll get that set up while we're doing this. And then I'll have the link ready to go. So it'll be scheduled for tomorrow. You can share the link far and wide. People can join the waiting room, all that fun shit. So, yep, that's why I'm doing the re-release, because the chats can't be changed when I screen recorded it when it's been privated for more than a week. So I did the re-record. I did the screen record the other day. I did it of the live chats. I'm going to go through and verify it. Like I said, I do have to go through and censor one section at the request of a person who has been very respectful to me the entire time. And even though they have given me permission to use it if I'd like, I will censor it and I will discuss it in the appropriate context if it's necessary. But I am going to try and censor it. Let's see. But yeah, I'll be showing my stream. Fuck their stream. I'm not watching their stream. Nah. So we'll watch my stream because it's much more fun. So let's see. Let me close some of these crayon windows I had open for fun. Okay. So let's continue. Let's continue the ethics. I hope you guys have been taking notes. There will be a pop quiz at the end. So, and honestly, I will need you to give honest answers on the pop quiz. So I am almost through this. Let's burn through this bitch. So again, we are, wait, what? The green won the poll, right? The poll was won by green. That's correct, right? Poll, green. Okay. Squishy Hunter's freaking out. Yeah, y'all are fucked. Y'all didn't take notes, did you? I told you to take notes. That's what happens when you don't take notes. All right. So, social workers' ethical responsibilities to colleagues. Colleagues. 2.01, respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. A. Social workers should treat colleagues with respect and should represent accurately and fairly the qualifications, views, and obligations of colleagues. B. Social workers should avoid unwarranted negative criticism of colleagues in verbal, written, and electronic communication with clients or with other professionals. Unwarranted negative criticism may include demeaning comments that refer to colleagues' level of competence or to individuals' attributes such as race, ethnicity, national origin, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, and mental or physical ability. I'm surprised veteran status wasn't in there. C. Social workers should cooperate with social work colleagues and with colleagues of other professions when such cooperation serves the well-being of clients. 2.02, confidentiality. Social workers should respect confidential information shared by colleagues in the course of their professional relationships and transactions. Social workers should ensure that such colleagues understand social workers' obligations to respect confidentiality and any exceptions related to it. 2.03, interdisciplinary collaboration. A. Social workers who are members of an interdisciplinary team should participate in and contribute to decisions that affect the well-being of clients by drawing on the perspectives, values, and experiences of the social work profession. Professional and ethical obligations of the interdisciplinary team as a whole and of its individual members should be clearly established. That makes sense. Oh my God, it's going to bother me if I don't get that one highlighted. There we go. B. Social workers for whom a team decision raises ethical concerns should attempt to resolve the disagreement through appropriate channels. If the disagreement cannot be resolved, social workers should pursue other avenues to address their concerns consistent with client well-being. 2.04, disputes involving colleagues. A. Social workers should not take advantage of a dispute between a colleague and an employer to obtain a position or otherwise advance the social worker's own interests. That makes sense? B. Social workers should not exploit clients in disputes with colleagues or engage clients in any inappropriate discussion of conflicts between social workers and their colleagues. Basically, don't talk shit about your colleagues. I think that's fair. Hmm. 2.05, consultation. A. Social workers should seek the advice and counsel of colleagues whenever such consultation is in the best interest of clients. B. Social workers should keep themselves informed about colleagues' area of expertise and competencies. Social workers should seek consultation only from colleagues who have demonstrated knowledge, expertise, and competence related to the subject of the consultation. C. When consulting with colleagues about clients, social workers should disclose the least amount of information necessary to achieve the purposes of the consultation. 2.06, sexual relationships. A. Social workers who function as supervisors or educators should not engage in sexual activities or contact, including verbal, written, electronic, or physical contact, with supervisees, students, trainees, or other colleagues over whom they exercise professional authority. B. Social workers should avoid engaging in sexual relationships with colleagues when there is a potential for a conflict of interest. Social workers who become involved in or anticipate becoming involved in A sexual relationship with a colleague have a duty to transfer professional responsibilities when necessary to avoid a conflict of interest. 2.07 Sexual harassment. Social workers should not sexually harass supervisees, students, trainees, or colleagues. Sexual harassment includes sexual advances, sexual solicitation, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal, written, electronic, or physical contact of a sexual nature. 2.08 Impairment of colleagues. A. Social workers who have direct knowledge of a social work colleague's impairment that is due to personal problems, psychosocial distress, substance abuse, or mental health difficulties, and that interferes with practice effectiveness should consult with that colleague when feasible and assist the colleague in taking remedial action. B. Social workers who believe that a social work colleague's impairment interferes with practice effectiveness and that the colleague has not taken adequate steps to address the impairment should take action through appropriate channels established by employers, agencies, NASW, licensing and regulatory bodies, and other professional organizations. Basically, if you're not able to practice properly and effectively, you need to deal with it first. 2.09 Incompetence of colleagues. No comments here. And like dead serious though, like up here where I was talking about not talking shit about colleagues and stuff, there's a reason I'm not talking negatively about my boss. Even if I wanted to, it would technically could be perceived as unethical. I can disagree with her, but I'm not going to talk shit about her because it doesn't serve a purpose to me. So, A. Social workers who have direct knowledge of a social work colleague's incompetence should consult with that colleague when feasible and assist the colleague in taking remedial action. So same kind of as before. B. Social workers who believe that a social work colleague is incompetent and has not taken adequate steps to address the incompetence should take action through appropriate channels established by employers, agencies, NASW, licensing and regulatory bodies, and other professional organizations. 2.10 Unethical conduct of colleagues. Social workers should take adequate measures to discourage, prevent, expose, and correct the unethical conduct of colleagues, including unethical conduct using technology. B. Social workers should be knowledgeable about established policies and procedures for handling concerns about colleagues' unethical behavior. Social workers should be familiar with national, state, and local procedures for handling ethical complaints. These include policies and procedures created by the NASW, licensing and regulatory bodies, employers, agencies, and other professional organizations. C. Social workers who believe that a colleague has acted unethically should seek resolution by discussing their concerns with the colleague when feasible and when such discussion is likely to be productive. Yeah. It's interesting how that would be changed when it comes to a supervisory relationship, though. D. When necessary, social workers who believe that a colleague has acted unethically should take action through appropriate formal channels, such as contacting a state licensing board or regulatory body, the NASW National Ethics Committee, or other professional ethics committees. E. Social workers should defend and assist colleagues who are unjustly charged with unethical conduct. So that's actually an interesting point here. Is I have a tremendous amount of respect for my supervisor who was overseeing my licensing process, who didn't actually work at the agency I worked at. I believe she does not have the full picture, and I actually am going to reach out to her and request time to sit with her and go through the allegations and all that, because I believe if she had the full picture, she would very much, and not in such a hostile environment where I couldn't even share the information, I think she might change her view. I believe that my boss and my supervisor made incorrect decisions in my termination of employment and termination of supervision, respectively. So I'd like to fix that because I did like my supervisor. She was very helpful. She provided a lot of helpful insight into my job and career. 3, social workers' ethical responsibilities and practice settings. So in the practice environment, in the office, in doing what I do, right? 3.01, supervision and consultation. A, social workers who provide supervision or consultation, whether in person or remotely, should have the necessary knowledge and skill to supervise or consult appropriately and should do so only within their areas of knowledge and competence. B, Social workers who provide supervision or consultation are responsible for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries. C. Social workers should not engage in any dual or multiple relationships with supervisees in which there is a risk of exploitation of or a potential harm to the supervisee, including dual relationships that may arise while using social networking sites or other electronic media. D. Social worker. Wait, hold on. Okay. I was just double checking something I was reading there. D. Social workers who provide supervision should evaluate supervisees' performance in a manner that is fair and respectful. 3.02 Education and Training. Social workers who function as educators, field instructors for students, or trainers should provide instruction only within their area of knowledge and competence and should provide instruction based on the most current information and knowledge available in the profession. B. So this may apply if you consider the doing what I do on YouTube as an education role, as being an educator, quote unquote. So actually, let me take that down as a note real quick too, because I'm trying to keep track of all this shit. 02A. Education and training. Because I think this will be helpful in a few different ways for me. Actually, let me remove the highlight real quick because I need to copy this. Okay, that'll re-highlight it. There we go. So if that would apply, I still didn't do anything wrong. Always spoke within my areas of knowledge and competence and never made myself out to be more than that, to my understanding and knowledge. I have not done, like I've told people, I'm not like a 20-year professional in this field. Not even close. Like I haven't been in the field that long. I'm very clear on that. B, social workers who function as educators or field instructors for students should evaluate students' performance in a manner that is fair and respectful. C, social workers who function as educators or field instructors for students should take reasonable steps to ensure that clients are routinely informed when services are being provided by students. D, social workers who function as educators or field instructors for students should not engage in any dual or multiple relationships with students in which there is a risk of exploitation or potential harm to the student, including dual relationships that may arise when using social networking sites or other electronic media. Social work educators and field instructors are responsible for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries. 3.03 Performance Evaluation. Social workers who have a responsibility for evaluating the performance of others should fulfill such responsibility in a fair and considerate manner and on the basis of clearly stated criteria. 3.04 Client Records. Social workers should take reasonable steps to ensure that documentation in electronic and paper records is accurate and reflects services provided. B, social workers should include sufficient and timely documentation in records to facilitate the delivery of services and to ensure continuity of services provided to the clients in the future. C, social workers' documentation should protect clients' privacy to the extent that is possible and appropriate and should include only information that is directly relevant to the delivery of services. Fair enough. D, social workers should store records following the termination of services to ensure reasonable future access. Records should be maintained for the number of years required by relevant laws, agency policies, and contracts. So I have to hold on to records for so many years, it's a requirement. 3.05 Billing. Social workers should establish and maintain billing practices that accurately reflect the nature and extent of services provided and that identify who provided the service in the practice setting. 3.06 Client Transfer. When an individual who is receiving services from another agency or colleague contacts a social worker for services, the social worker should carefully consider the client's needs before agreeing to provide services. That's normal. To minimize possible confusion and conflict, social workers should discuss with potential clients the nature of the client's current relationship with other service providers and the implications, including possible benefits or risks, of entering into a relationship with a new service provider. So if they're seeing someone else for counseling or say they're getting case management somewhere and all that is, hey, here's what is good and bad about you coming here. Here's why it might be bad for you. Here's why it might be good for you. It's pretty much what that breaks down to. Oh, Adrian Killian says, hey, Ken, hope things are going all right for you. But the tips link in your description has a different case than the other 2 links. That should be okay. The main URL part, that the domain name can be whatever. It actually doesn't matter. It's what happens after the slash that matters. So you have to, it matters what happens after the slash. So as long as the things after that slash, after .com/ is lowercase, you're good. I can't edit it right now because StreamYard won't let me. I'd have to go into the YouTube broadcast thing to do it, or after the stream ends. So I'll take care of it later, but it should be good for now. I know the OCD flows with me too. It's bugging me as well. Now that I noticed it, it's going to bother me. So we're still on client transfer. So B, if a new client has been served by another agency or colleague, social workers should discuss with the client whether consultation with previous service provider is in the client's best interest. 3.07, administration. A, social work administrators should advocate within and outside their agencies for adequate resources to meet client needs. B, social workers should advocate for resource allocation procedures that are open and fair. When not all clients' needs can be met, an allocation procedure should be developed that is non-discriminatory and based on appropriate and consistently applied principles. C, social workers who are administrators should take reasonable steps to ensure that adequate agency or organizational resources are available to provide appropriate staff supervision. D, social work administrators should take reasonable steps to ensure that the working environment for which they are responsible is consistent with and encourages compliance with the NASW Code of Ethics. Social work administrators should take reasonable steps to eliminate any conditions in their organization that violate, interfere with, or discourage compliance with the code. That's an interesting fact to think about. 3.08, continuing education and staff development. Social work administrators and supervisors should take reasonable steps to provide or arrange for continuing education and staff development for all staff for whom they are responsible. Continuing education and staff development should address current knowledge and emerging developments related to social work practice and ethics. 3.09, commitment to employers. A, social workers generally should adhere to commitments made to employers and employing organizations. I kind of did that. B, social workers should work to improve employing agencies, policies, and procedures and the efficacy and effectiveness of their services. Pretty sure I did that too, but still can't get my contract. C, social workers should take reasonable steps to ensure that employers are aware of social workers' ethical obligations as set forth in the NASW Code of Ethics and of the implications of the obligations for social work practice. That's interesting too, isn't it? D, social workers should not allow an employing organization's policies, procedures, regulations, or administrative orders to interfere with their ethical practice of social work. Social workers should take reasonable steps to ensure that their employing organization's practices are consistent with the NASW Code of Ethics. Well, I'll be goddamn. That's a goddamn. Pink. Hint, hint, the colors are important. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Yeah, that was probably a little too far. Let me go back. There we go. E, social workers should act to prevent and eliminate discrimination in the employing organization's work assignments and its employment policies and practices. F, social workers should accept employment or arrange student field placements only in organizations that exercise fair personnel practices. G, social workers should be diligent stewards of the resources of their employing organizations, wisely conserving funds where appropriate and never misappropriating funds or using them for unintended purposes. 3.10, labor-management disputes. There's no way I effed again. Did I really? Fuck my internet. My Wi-Fi and Ethernet are both connected. How did I F? Colors are important. I thought we were just producing. Oh, God damn it. Thank you, Battle. Good point. We'll make sure that gets done by the end of this document. We are almost done with this document. Number A. Social workers may engage in organized action, including the formation of and participation in labor unions to improve services to clients and working conditions. B. The action of social workers who are involved in a labor management dispute, job actions, or labor strikes should be guided by the profession's values, ethical principles, and ethical standards. Reasonable differences of opinion exist among social workers concerning their primary obligation as professionals during an actual or threatened labor strike or job action. Social workers should carefully examine relevant issues and their possible impact on clients before deciding on a course of action. So that's as it relates to like labor management disputes and like labor unions and stuff. 4. Let's go. Oh shit, we're supposed to be green. Why am I doing blue? Oh my god, I broke my ethics. God damn it. Fuck. All right. Letter 4. Letter 4.01, competence. So 4 is social workers' ethical responsibilities as professionals. What's a professional? I don't know. A. Oh, I know when you're trolling, Arc5. You got to remember, I've been trolling for a very long time on the internet. I'm too good at it. You cannot pull one over me. Give it up. Number A. Social workers should accept responsibility or employment only on the basis of existing competence or the intention to acquire the necessary competence. Okay, that makes sense. It's a weird way to phrase it, though. B. Social workers should strive to become and remain proficient in the professional practice and performance of professional functions. Social workers should critically examine and keep current with emerging knowledge relevant to social work. I feel like I do that. Social workers should routinely review the professional literature and participate in continuing education relevant to social work practice and social work ethics. Oh, C. God damn it. Number C. Social workers should base practice on recognized knowledge, including empirically based knowledge, relevant to social work and social work ethics. 4.02, discrimination. Social workers should not practice, condone, facilitate, or collaborate with any form of discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, or mental or physical ability. 4.03, private conduct. Social workers should not permit their private conduct to interfere with their ability to fulfill their professional responsibilities. So I made this argument to my boss. I explained that I had set my stuff up to where my private conduct, I had worked under a pseudonym, my name was not known, and it was not meant to impact the business, nor did I refer to the business by name. And she still said that I was impacting, obviously it was impacting the my professional responsibilities are impacting the business or something like that, was what she was implying to. Letter 4.01, number C. Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry that you guys are struggling with this whole letters and number thing. 4.04, dishonesty, fraud, and deception. Social workers should not participate in, condone, or be associated with dishonesty, fraud, or deception. I'm still not seeing anything I've run across that I've actually violated anything on. Also, on the topic of deception, a great book is The Art of Deception by Kevin Mitnick. It's about social engineering. It's pretty cool. It's really good from like a mental health perspective. 4.05 impairment. A. Social workers should not allow their own personal problems, psychosocial distress, legal problems. So I'm going to bet the argument would be that I made it a personal legal problem with the discussion I was doing on YouTube, and it was impairing my ability to do profession. Base 26 math is a fucking bitch. I know, man. Substance abuse or mental health difficulties to interfere. Oh my God, it's horrible highlighting across pages. Or mental health difficulties to interfere with their professional judgment and performance, or to jeopardize the best interests of people for whom they have a professional responsibility. But still, I don't see that impacting what I'm doing. I'm still working on The Art of Intrusion by Kevin Mitnick too, because they kind of go together. Number B, social workers whose personal problems, psychosocial distress, legal problems, substance abuse, or mental health difficulties interfere with their professional judgment and performance should immediately seek consultation and take appropriate remedial action by seeking professional help, making adjustments in workload, terminating practice, or taking any other steps necessary to protect their clients and others. There's a reason why I didn't have a full caseload, because it's not conducive to my own mental health at the moment, and other things and also we had a limited amount of clients. I also recognize I have physical limitations, so I work within my limits, right? But still, I cannot see how this would impact it either. Also, no one has been able to specifically cite any ethical principle that I violated. So I'm pulling them up and I'm showing them on screen and shit. No one has been able to cite to me an actual ethical principle I violated. Not a single person. I've begged in how many chats? Point to me specifically the legal or ethical principles I violated. Period. Not a fucking person has done it. Right? Sorry, I needed a drink. 4.06, misrepresentation. Number A, social workers should make clear distinctions between statements made and actions engaged in as a private individual and as a representative of the social work profession, a professional social work organization, or the social workers employing agency. Hold up. We got to go pink on this one because I need to mark this one too. Actually, let me copy it first. Motherfucker. Did it copy? Nope, it did not. God damn it. Delete. Delete system 32. Copy. Paste. There we go. And that's 4.06. Yes. Sorry, I'm just taking notes as we're going through, guys, for my own personal and possibly legal reasons. So, I'm pretty sure I've done this, right? I've always said this is my personal opinion based on my education experience and stuff. Not speaking as a professional from my I've always done those disclaimers. It should not apply to anything I've done. I can back this shit up. I can back that ass up. B, social workers who speak on behalf of professional social work organizations should accurately represent the official and authorized positions of the organizations. C, social workers should ensure their representation to clients, agencies, and the public of professional qualifications, credentials, education, competence, affiliation, services provided, and or results to be achieved are accurate. Social workers should claim only those relevant professional credentials they actually possess and take steps to correct any inaccuracies or misrepresentation of their credentials by others. I've tried to do that as well. 4.07. So letter 4.07, solicitations. A, social workers should not engage in uninvited solicitations of potential clients whom, because of their circumstances, are vulnerable to undue influence, manipulation, or coercion. Number B, social workers should not engage in solicitation of testimonial endorsements, including solicitation of consent to use a client's prior statements as a testimonial endorsement from current clients or from people who, because of their particular circumstances, are vulnerable to undue influence. Clearly makes sense there. 4.08, acknowledging credit. A. Social workers should take responsibility and credit, including authorship credit, only for work they have actually performed and to which they have contributed. B. Social workers should honestly acknowledge the work of and the contributions made by others. Makes sense to me. Letter 5. Social workers' ethical responsibilities to the social work profession. So now we're on to the profession. 5.01, integrity of the profession. Social workers should work towards the maintenance and promotion of high standards of practice. B. Social workers should uphold and advance the values, ethics, knowledge, and mission of the profession. Social workers should protect, enhance, and improve the integrity of the profession through appropriate study and research, active discussion, and responsible criticism of the profession. Makes sense to me. Social workers should contribute time and professional expertise to activities that promote respect for the value, integrity, and competence of the social work profession. These activities may include teaching, research, consultation, service, legislative testimony, presentations in the community, and participation in their professional organizations. Yeah. Colors. Notes. Quiz. D. Social workers should contribute to the knowledge base of social work and share with colleagues their knowledge related to practice, research, and ethics. Social workers should seek to contribute to the profession's literature and to share their knowledge at professional meetings and conferences. That's actually why I want to work with Dollhouse Phil on that topic we've discussed, because I think that the research is needed and it would be foundational research for a lot of change in the future. So, E. Social workers should act to prevent the unauthorized and unqualified practice of social work. Fair enough. That's actually funny. So you're encouraged to do your show. Yeah, you could call this teaching and presentations into the community if you were to read that the right way. Oh no, Nicole, that's not just a discussion. I've been in talks with Dollhouse Phil about actually doing full-on, hardcore, legit scholarly research on the use of treatment of pedophilic disorder with child sex dolls. We've had talks about being able to pull it off somehow. It's something I would like to do because I think that there's too much disinformation about the idea, and I think there's value I think there's value that come from the research, whether it's good or bad. It's just pulling it off properly. So 5.02, evaluation and research. Battle says point E, isn't trying to prevent Karens from saying ML is insane, etc., falling under the letter 5.01 number E. So integrity of the profession. Well, they're not actually practicing social work, though. They're giving their opinion. Now, if they're saying, I'm a social worker and I think this person is insane, that's different. Versus just saying, oh, I think he's insane because of this. Also, I'm going to give a very vague hint on this real quick, but I'm learning more about that topic at the very moment. So that's as much as I can say. So 5.02, but you make a good point about if people are out there representing themselves in a capacity that's as a professional trying to say that he's insane, that they're saying I'm diagnosing him as insane. He's clearly insane. He's clearly a danger to his children. It's obvious based on these things, and they're holding themselves out as an expert in any of the counseling fields. or holding themselves out as even just a professional in the field. So even at my level in the field, that would be unethical. And that would be my duty to say, hey, you shouldn't do that. Like that would be an ethical requirement of me. No, that's not the doll with those in it, but they actually have a female condom like that. Don't ask me why I know that. God, the reconstructive surgery was a bitch. Anyway, 5.02, evaluation and research. A, God damn it. A, social workers should monitor and evaluate policies, the implementation of programs, and practice intervention. B, social workers should promote and facilitate evaluation and research to contribute to the development of knowledge. Kind of why I want to do the research I want to do. C, social workers should critically examine and keep current with emerging knowledge relevant to social work and fully use evaluation and research evidence in their professional practice. Cool. D, social workers should engage in evaluation or research, should consider possible consequences, and should follow guidelines developed for the protection of evaluation and research participants. Appropriate institutional review boards should be consulted. That's going to be the hardest part of any research I do on that if I ever get to it. Is getting an IRB to approve that study, because my God, is it going to be controversial. E, social workers engaged in evaluation or research should obtain voluntary and written informed consent from participants when appropriate, without any implied or actual deprivation or penalty for refusal to participate, without undue inducement to participate, and with due regard for participants' well-being, privacy, and dignity. Informed consent should include information about the nature, extent, and duration of the participation requested, and disclosure of the risks and benefits of participation in the research. F, when using electronic technology to facilitate evaluation or research, social workers should ensure that participants provide informed consent for the use of such technology. Social workers should assess whether participants are able to use the technology and, when appropriate, offer reasonable alternatives to participate in the evaluation or research. G, when evaluation or research participants are incapable of giving informed consent, social workers should provide an appropriate explanation to the participants, obtain the participants' assent to the extent they are able to, and obtain written consent from an appropriate proxy. So for someone who's not able to give consent, so a minor or a person who's been ruled unable to make legal decisions for themselves, would need a proxy. H, social workers should never design or conduct evaluation or research that does not use consent procedures, such as certain forms of naturalistic observation and archival research, unless rigorous and responsible review of the research has found it to be justified because of its prospective scientific, educational, or applied value, and unless equally effective alternative procedures that do not involve waiver of consent are not feasible. So, if any of you guys have ever heard of like the Milgram experiment or the Stanford prison experiment, a lot of those things helped drive a lot of this ethical shit, because some of that shit was kind of really kind of pushing boundaries on what you should and shouldn't be doing. So there's that part of it too. Big Chungus says, does social work have a similar ethical standard like law does with unsolicited legal advice? So that would probably be back into that one, 5.01E about obligation to not like deal with, so what number am I on? I'm on I, okay. Let me go back up. Social workers should act to prevent the unauthorized and unqualified practice of social work. If it's a practice of social work. So if I was, say, diagnosing someone who's not my client and they didn't ask for it, that would be like unsolicited. That could probably fall under that somehow, because it's unauthorized. They didn't ask for it. They have to consent to it. Now, public figures are different. I can comment on them because, one, I have a right. And any licensing body cannot restrict me from doing that. So there's that as well. Social workers should inform participants of their right to withdraw from evaluation and research at any time without penalty. My God. There we go. J. Again, we're almost done. We're on page 47 of 49. We are almost done. J. Social workers should take appropriate steps to ensure that participants in evaluation and research have access to appropriate supportive services. K. Social workers engaged in evaluation or research should protect participants from unwarranted physical or mental distress, harm, danger, or deprivation. L. Social workers engaged in the evaluation of services should discuss collected information only for professional purposes and only with people professionally concerned with this information. M. Social workers engaged in evaluation or research should ensure the anonymity or confidentiality of participants and of the data obtained from them. Social workers should inform participants of any limits of confidentiality, the measures that will be taken to ensure confidentiality, and when any records contain research data will be destroyed. N. Social workers who report evaluation and research results should protect participants' confidentiality by omitting identifying information unless proper consent has been obtained, authorizing disclosure. O. Social workers should report evaluation and research findings accurately. They should not fabricate or falsify results and should take steps to correct any errors later found in published data using standard publication methods. P. Social workers engaged in evaluation or research should be alert to and avoid conflicts of interest and dual relationships. Participants should inform participants when a real or potential conflict of interest arises and should take steps to resolve the issue in a manner that makes participants' interest primary. Okay. Number Q. Social workers should educate themselves, their students, and their colleagues about responsible research practices. And number 6. We're almost done. Damn it. My throat's really dry. I've been talking so goddamn much. This is so hard to read. This is so hard. Number 6. Letter 6. God damn it. Letter 6. Social workers' ethical responsibilities to the broader society. This is my obligation to you, baby. 6.01. Social welfare. Social workers should promote the general welfare of society from local to global levels and the development of people, their communities, and their environments. Social workers should advocate for living conditions conducive to the fulfillment of basic human needs and should promote social, economic, political, and cultural values and institutions that are compatible with the realization of social justice. I can make an argument what I did was inside of this. Actually, I'm going to make that argument. Fuck it. Let's do it. I have a minute. So, social work should promote social and cultural values that are compatible with the realizations of social justice. Yeah. So I'll make the argument that talking about the custody and legal systems is a promotion. God damn it. So I'll make the argument that I was promoting social and cultural values, maybe political too, because it's within the political system. And that by having these systems in place, we cannot advance social justice for kids who were forced to endure these horrific processes. And that it is my ethical responsibility to broader society for social welfare to promote that. Right? Here we go. Let's continue. 6.02, public participation. Social workers should facilitate informed participation by the public in shaping social policies and institutions. 6.03, public emergencies. Social workers should provide appropriate professional services in public emergencies to the greatest extent possible. Fair enough. 6.04, social and political action. A. Social workers should engage in social and political action that seeks to ensure that all people have equal access to the resources, employment, services, and opportunities they require to meet their basic human needs and to develop fully. And I'm going to make another argument. All right. Back to pink. Clicky. Okay. Perfect. Let me just recolor the rest of this here. Hold on. Okay. So I'm making the argument that I'm engaging in social and political action so that people have equal access to resources and services and opportunities to meet their basic human needs and develop fully. Child cannot develop fully in a healthy environment if their parents are fighting over custody, if the child is missing from the legal custody of a parent, and if there is the potential for abuse in the household, and because the system is fucked up so badly that the kids are not getting their own due voice spoken for them in the court. That's my argument there. So it's not required for licensing in the sense that it's forcing me. It's saying that the goal. So the profession, your goal is to, ensure people have equal access to these things and opportunities, because that's the if you go into the history of social work and its foundations, like how we got to where we were, why we're doing it makes sense. There's probably an argument you could make about, I don't know, it's probably a discussion that we could have with Nick, I think. But I think I'd have to do more digging on that, because I think there's an issue. I think there's a way to have that discussion. So number B, social workers should act to expand choice and opportunity for all people with special regard. Hold on, another argument. With special regard for vulnerable, disadvantaged, oppressed, and exploited people and groups. Oh, come on. So there's my next argument, is right there. Actually, fuck it. I could probably just do this whole section pink, because you could technically apply this all to the Sophie situation. My goal in talking about it, whether or not I make any impact at all, right? Because that was the argument, is I'm not a journalist. I was told I wasn't a journalist. And people have argued that, the 10 people that were listening to me normally wouldn't really matter, wouldn't really change anything. It doesn't matter. It's part of my action to expand choice and opportunity by making people aware of what's going on, making them aware of the situation, of what was happening to that poor child. You notice how there's nothing in here so far that has kept me from speaking as a general rule on all this stuff, right? So let's move on to letters. Number C, God damn it, I almost fucked it up. Social workers should promote conditions that encourage respect for cultural and social diversity within the United States and globally. Social workers should promote policies and practices that demonstrate respect for difference, support the expansion of cultural knowledge and resources, advocate for programs and institutions that demonstrate cultural competence, and promote policies that safeguard the rights of and confirm equity and social justice for all people. Also, one thing is, you can have your personal views and professional views be different. So like my personal views may differ from the professional ones, right? Oh shit. That was weird. But I can hold them as long as they don't impact my practice. So people will argue you can't, and I've seen the argument. People will make the argument that you can't be like a racist and still practice, because it would impact you. If you can separate, your belief system from your practice, then maybe you could, as long as it's not impacting your ability to do the job. Now, I think it's a hard argument to make, but that's just an example, right? So number D, social workers should act to prevent and eliminate domination of, exploitation of, and discrimination against any person, group, or class on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, or mental or physical ability. Backing up, because another argument. And there we go. So highlight the relevant portions in pink because my speaking up is an act to prevent and eliminate the domination and exploitation of a child. So age, so a child, the discrimination based on the marital status of the parents with them getting divorced into custody. Mom is throwing dad's religion into the mix, and the physical or mental ability of the dad or the child or the mom, because that argument's also been made as well that the mom has her own issues. And like, so whether or not, those are being used to exploit these people in this custody case. Oh shit. In this custody case, there's potentially an argument to be made there. So there you go. Oh, Ivan said, Ken, you can also point out to them that there are other therapists and psychologists that have and do cover this case and do cover this case as well as you. So if you're talking about it as unethical, why is it that they are not when you're all in the same field of work? I was told that, what was how was that dealt with? Because my boss did say something specific about that. I didn't agree with it, obviously. How did she word that? I'm trying to think, because I brought it up that, this is what it was. Part of the email that was used to result in my termination mentioned me holding myself out as an expert on these kind of cases. I never did that. I said I had some experience, a little bit of experience with it. There's that. So I said, no, that's not what happened. And then my boss said that, I mentioned that, other people cover this shit too. Other people have talked about it. I'm pretty sure it's happened. And, I told her I was acting in the role of, I was being a journalist. She told me I wasn't a journalist. I responded that everyone's a journalist if they want to be. Anyone can be a journalist for legal purposes. She said that if, by putting a video or something on YouTube, you're holding yourself out as an expert. So for example, she's used the example of if someone uploads a video of them putting together Legos, people will assume they're an expert on building Legos. That is legitimately exactly pretty much the way it went down. I may have messed a word or two up, but that was the way it was argued. Is that because I uploaded a video, I'm holding myself out as an expert on the subject. The video itself being the point of expertise, not anything that I'm saying. Just because I'm talking about a subject, to her said it made me out to be an expert. Not joking, not a bit. Not a joke, not lying. That is exactly what happened. I tried to argue that point. Did not happen. Did not go well for me. She would, like I said before on the different interviews I've done, she would, anytime I tried to defend and argue it, she would get mad or push back and say that she would get mad or push back, pretty much saying that I was, and start using metaphors like I was splitting hairs legally and stuff, and that I was walking this fine line of legality, and that I was putting her business at risk. I was putting myself at risk for potentially getting sued for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shit like that was what she was insinuating. She mentioned that if I harassed the person, because I got to see the person's name and email, that if I harassed or went after the person who made the complaint, that she insinuated that there would be some sort of legal follow-up or follow through with it. It was a mess. The whole thing was a mess. The complaint that was the email that I got to see, which my boss said was well thought out or it was well written. It wasn't like it was harassing. If you read it, if you read it, you could see that there were snarky comments being made in the complaint. I was not allowed to, I have not been able to get a copy of it. I was not allowed to leave with one. She didn't let me like walk out with the complaint. I have been trying to get a copy of my contract. I have not been able to get a copy of my contract. Yeah, it's been fun. So there's all that to factor into. Putting myself at risk legally is my choice, yes, but she said I was putting her at risk because of the cease and desist I got. And Ivan the Great says, and when someone falsely accuses you of something, why can you not fight it? Well, I tried to fight it. Every time I did, she did not like when I pushed back because she kept saying I was doing unethical things or I was engaging in potentially illegal conduct. This is what was happening. Though the C&D is real, the lawyer is a real lawyer. It just, the C&D doesn't matter because it doesn't work that way. And none of us, and some of it unfortunately wasn't found out until later. And unfortunately, because of the state I live in, I don't have much recourse legally. So that's what I have. And I need to try and find my contract actually while I'm thinking about it because I can't get a copy from her. She's refusing to give me a copy. I have emailed, I have sent a text message. I'm going to try calling today. But I have not received a response from the email or phone call I've left. Uh, Hold on one second. Hold on, I'm trying to respond to the Stripe tech support people here again. 1 second. I'm still here. So I'm having an issue with locals because apparently the being able to tip me on my community the post tips are not able to go directly to me. I can't convert them to money. I can only use them to support other creators or tip other people is what locals is telling me. So the only way I can figure out how to fix that is if I give out subscriptions or if I give out a few months of support to people, to my locals. So I've got a lot of money to convert from coins in my wallet to, because it was a misunderstanding to me that, and to my community, that you could donate to me that way through tipping. And now I have a lot of money worth of coins to donate to myself, basically to gift subscriptions to people. So I'm still got to figure out how to do that. I told you, if you give me a sponsorship, or if you give me a doll that I can use to, or if you can do a Ken's limited edition doll. Yeah, I know it wasn't just insinuated implied. They said it flat out. What do you mean by that? Do you mean No, they did. I misunderstood that. I thought on the creator, I knew on the supporter end you couldn't convert it to money. My understanding was on the creator end you could turn tips into to currency. So what I'm going to do is probably just gift myself a bunch of subscriptions and just give people extra months of subscriptions. If anyone wants to get a few months of local sub, courtesy of other people, send me an email if you're not already a local sub. If you're a local sub, either post on. I need to put up a locals post for today's stream, which I totally fucking forgot to do, which pisses me off now. Too late now, but we'll do a. I'm either going to do just give away a few months to different people from the, depending on either the GoFundMe and from locals and Stream Elements, I'll give some people. Yeah, it's pissing me off too that it happened that way. I'm pretty pissed about it, to be fair. I didn't know it was going to happen that way. I've disabled tipping for the meantime because people thought that they could do that to give me the one-time donation thing, and yeah, so I apologize if there's any misunderstanding as it relates to that. So it's not your fault, it's mine, because I apparently can't fucking read. I thought that would be a smart way to do it, because I'm like, oh look, it's like right, it's like right there. I figured, oh, this will be a really easy way to do that. No, I was fucking wrong. So that's what happens whenever. Yeah, I'm still pissed about it. So I'll probably be gifting subscriptions or supports to my page here at some point in the near future. So if you start seeing a few extra months pop up, and you weren't expecting it, or you didn't add that was probably me. So just shit. All right, so here's what we're going to do, because I'm trying to finish my stream graphic for tomorrow. And I told you guys there was going to be. So in the meantime, if you want to support me monthly, there is a one-time donation process on locals. It's just not through the post tips. That's how it works. If you want to tip me through Stream Elements, that pops up on stream. You can do that at supportken.com/tip. If you want to support me on GoFundMe, you can do that on supportken.com flat out. If you want to support me on locals, you can support me at supportken.com/locals. You know that is so true. So it's pop quiz time, kids. You guys ready? So let me get the quiz ready, and I will send the test out to you. All right. All right. Here comes the quiz. Pop quiz. It's in chat. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to talking about molten salt reactors and pants. I know what the molten salt reactors was about. I don't remember what the pants thing was about. I'll have to remember. I have to look it up. Let's see. Yeah, I said a Ken theme doll would be a nice idea. Yes, you do. So, also, I'm going through chats while you guys take your quiz. Uh, they said Ken was reading the doc and he read the portions that described the sexual assault done to Sophie in a way like he got off on reading that kind of thing, therefore they could tell he was a pedo. Yes, they did do that. They implied that because I had some mild anxiety while reading the document of the alleged abuse of a 9-year-old girl, uh, being threatened to be killed if she told anyone, uh, all this other stuff that had happened. That was me getting off to it, and because my voice fluctuated, because I was highlighting the quotations that were being made in the affidavit. They also lied and said I shared medical records, which I did not do. I had not shared a medical record, even though I illegally can, because I obtained every document legally. No sealing order can apply to me from that court. I'm not under jurisdiction. I cannot be held under sealing order. The cease and desist doesn't apply to me. Doesn't apply to anything I read. I was told it didn't matter by my boss. I was told because the mom said she wanted me to stop talking about it, I should have stopped talking about it. My boss said that one of my ethical principles is to do no harm, and I did harm by continuing to talk about it because the mom asked me to stop, because I got the cease and desist. Even though the cease and desist didn't apply to what I was talking about, that was what happened. I have nothing to lie about here. People have said I'm lying about being terminated. There's a fun YouTuber whose name is Kaylee, who has said that, let me see if I can find it here. Who has said that I have lied about my termination. So let me show you guys this. So let me open this in its own window and see how this looks. So let me go to this browser here, open it up, and go like that. Motherfucker. Why is it? There we go. Looking on the wrong window. There we go. Okay. So while you guys still finish your test, I'm going to pull something up on the screen. Let me switch to studio mode so I can do this properly. And window capture. Here we go. Okay, and then pull this down. Oh, give me 1 second. Wife's giving me a phone call real quick, so give me 1 second. Okay, I'm still here. Sorry, was on the phone with my wife. Um, sorry about that. So let's see. Yeah, no, my wife doesn't want me to be streaming right now because she's still upset that I lost my job. She still doesn't understand that I've raised this much money. I haven't really had a chance to properly explain it to her. And I'm also struggling to get the money out because I've been trying to get in touch with Nick to help. He said he was going to help me get a trust fund set up, a basic trust set up so I can kind of get the money taken out without doxing my name fully. And that's the big thing, is I'd like to not put my name on the GoFundMe itself. So, and hold on one second, my dog's. Okay, I think they shut up now. Let's see. I'm just reading the chats and shit you guys said while you were gone. Yeah, so, yep, they accused me of being a pedo because my voice fluctuated. What's funny is that Critical Clay said she heard that someone else heard that Ken talked about Sophie's private parts in great detail. So the only thing I added to that discussion that wasn't on the affidavit was someone said there was no physical evidence of assault, sexual assault. I said that there's a potential that Sophie was abused and that there wasn't any physical evidence, and explained how there could be a digital penetration or the use of an object that was used to perform the abuse that could have been done in such a way that doesn't leave physical evidence. That was the detail, in great detail, in talking about putting stuff inside of Sophie that they keep mentioning and talking about shit like that. That was what they're misinterpreting, right? That's what they think is the disgusting thing. Now, maybe it's a bit detailed, but it was also I used anatomical terms. Anything that wasn't anatomical or wasn't a proper term was read straight from the affidavit. That was it. That was the farthest I went with it. Period. Nothing else. Nothing else. But to them, that was worthy of me losing my job and causing me to lose my clients and to, all of it. So I really hope it was worth it to them, because they caused more harm in that than I did with anything I did. Period. And yes, it still upsets me to think about, because now I have to hope that my clients are in good hands. I have to pray that they're in good hands and that they aren't in a bad place right now because some assholes decided that they needed to get me fired, or that they didn't intend to get me fired is the excuse, and that my boss wouldn't have just fired me for one thing is the things they say. Is the arguments I keep hearing. Also, another YouTuber is also saying that anyone who's been helping Michael on August 5th, when that new hearing is supposed to be, people who have allegedly been helping and communicating with him and doing YouTube stuff related to him on the 5th, that's going to, because Michael's going to jail, and that all the people who have helped him or have communicated, all their information is going to be released or not released. The police are going to investigate, and they're going to have access to their text messages, all their anonymous emails. Yep. There's also the same person that claimed to drop receipts on that alleged Lisa lady, had no involvement, but showed no proof of that either, which I thought was funny. But I can guarantee for a fact that they may have had some involvement. Oh no, that was the excuse. I know. Yeah. I'm finishing up now, so I'm going to show you guys proof of my termination because people don't believe me. So real quick, let me pull this up on screen. So let me transition. All right. So go back. So this is, I made this for Spectre the other day because people were asking for proof on his stream. So this is their letterhead here. So is their letterhead here, and then why is it not? It's not letting me capture the cursor. That's weird. So, oh, I know why. Because I'm stupid. Let me open up this window. There we go. So this right here was like personal information. This is the business information, their LLC, their address and stuff. This is a date. So it says so it's 7/20/21, to whom it may concern. So that was my first and last name, is no longer, that was my position. So it says intern or whatever with company. He has been dismissed. Sincerely. And then it has my boss's name, her signature, and then her different titles. So her different like abbreviations at the end of her name. And then it's Dr. whatever at the end of her name. And then it says effective 7/20/21. And then I censored all that out because with that many titles after her name, it kind of makes it easy to find out who she is in her company. And I'm not trying to dox her company. But allegedly, me redacting this or this here is me hiding the actual reason for the termination. The letter doesn't state anything about the termination. Is the funny part, is there's no actual reason I was terminated on here. It just says he was dismissed, which is interesting. But yet, even though that's the case, many things were said in the fucking whatchamacallit, where I in the meeting where I was terminated. There was many things said in that meeting. We have a yes. We have at least we have 3 yeses that I violated ethical principles in the poll. So we've got out of 30 votes, 10%, so there'll be 3 people said yes, I did violate ethical principles and standards, and then 90% said no. Oh, I know it's because they didn't have a real reason. So, see, Ivan says, I understand your wife's standpoint, but if you don't fight back, I will feel this will sadly follow you forever, and you'll regret it and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Oh, I know, that's why I'm doing it. But my wife has really bad anxiety, and I haven't had a chance to properly clue her in. So, let's see here. I'm just double checking I didn't miss anything in chat. Yeah, and those records have been shown before. They've been public already. My boss had a serious misunderstanding to the situation. So, also, Critical Case says she wasn't involved in my doxing, but yet you guys will see tomorrow when we do the stream. You'll see there's this whole period where she's trying to literally try and get in touch with what she thinks is my employer. She's calling this foundation, and she posts that phone number in chat, and she says, call, and she says, tell Sarah to quit hanging up on me and shit, because she couldn't figure out the fact that I didn't actually work there. So Kay was calling the wrong person potentially. She may have actually found the right number, or someone may have provided it to her. I don't know. But yeah, chat's been jumping up and down, so it's whatever. It's been fluctuating the whole stream. I've had people coming in and out. So, also, to prove that this is the information I have, there's the link to this code of ethics that we just went through. It's in an online form. So socialworkers.org, and then about/ethics/code of ethics. And then you can go there a different way and get there the same information, but it's basically all there on that website. Is if you guys think that, if anyone thinks that I'm putting in or missing information, I read the entire thing for a reason, guys. Do you think I wanted to read 49 pages of non-relevant information? No, I did not, but I had to. So, Let me finish up this thumbnail for the other stream so I can share the link. So let me put this together and get this thumbnail made and get this made. So download the thumbnail, and then I need to open up StreamYard. So there. So hopefully this will work for now. I can adjust the thumbnail later. I just need something for right now to put on the thumbnail because I want to get the stream link ready for tomorrow. So stream here. I guess do that. Add new destination. So let's do this. So episode 17. Sophie. Stream. Re-release. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to schedule this for 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I would like to do it. I know it's going to take at least 4 hours to do because the stream's almost 4 hours. I guarantee you it's going to run 5, and I have to be done by 5. I have to be done by like 4:30, 5 o'clock my time. So I'm going to be pushing the limits already. So I will also be uploading the video in its full form after the stream so that anyone can link to just the straight video without the commentary as well. That way people can't say I'm pausing the footage either. So tomorrow for 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Oh shit, I did it wrong. God damn it. No, fuck, no, damn it. Can I edit it? Can I edit it? Edit. Change image. There we go. Apply. Save changes. Okay, I think I got it now. And view on YouTube so I can get the link. Linky. Link. All right, here we go. But we'll do this anyway because fuck it. Back to you guys. Okay. Take care, Dollhouse Phil. Here's the link to tomorrow's show. GU. Okay. Yep. So that's the link for tomorrow's show. On the one on stream, the one I'm gonna spam it in the chat 3 times. Please share it. Please let everybody know tomorrow will be the rewatch. We will rewatch it. People have said that I took it down to hide what I did because apparently I did things wrong. No, the only reason I took it down was because I knew in the moment people would try to I knew people would try and clip things out of context. And I couldn't have that as I was trying to fight for my job. That's gone now. So I don't have to worry about that. Oh, hey, Karen. Shit, Karen's still here, guys. Shh, Karen's still here. Don't bother Karen. Oh, crap. We have another guest that apparently snuck into the stream. God damn it. Why are you still here? You are not supposed to be here. How is there a fucking filter on this? Okay. There we go. Nope. Shit, that wasn't supposed to happen either. I just need this guest to move. And yeah, apparently, listen, guys, it's not group session yet. Group sessions later. You guys gotta wait outside. You guys, listen, you guys gotta wait outside. I'm sorry. You guys gotta wait outside until it's your turn. I can't help it. I know Karen wanted to speak to the manager, guys. That's not my fault. You guys know I can't help that. Let me finish what I'm doing and you guys can have your turn. Got it? Okay. Fine, we'll go outside. Okay, they're outside now. All right. So they went outside. Karen's still here. Hi, Karen. I don't have like an explosion thingy or set up or whatever. But what I do have is I do need to do this one more time. And let me take this off screen for this because I actually have to clip this and send this to StreamYard. So let me clip this. And so we had Regal Dorn donate $20. Thank you. Said for the Emperor, Evil Bunny donated $200, tipped $200. He said, have another 200. Dog Explained 6 days ago said ought to help out with a $500 tip. Evil Bunny also tipped $500 as well on July 23rd. And then I think the rest of my chats are tipped chats are small enough that they should be good to go. So I just need to do that so I can clip it out and I know it's at the end of the stream. So thank you guys for showing up today. Yep, let me just get those through. You guys aren't getting to hear the money in the background, the noises, because I don't have it set up yet. The only audio is coming through is my NVIDIA broadcast thing. But the fun audio will show up at some point. Ah, man, look at all those balls in that cup. Let's see. Anyone else have any comments, anything to add before we take off for today? Squall Shade would be willing to throw me a wrench. Yeah, let me do that real quick. So you've been on the stream before, right? Yeah, you just said that. Let me do that before I just no abusing the wrenchiness. So no one abuses wrenches. I'm giving trust to my wrenches. So if there's no questions, let me play you guys out with one. Let me play you out with a song. So let's play out to a song, just like we had an intro song. We have to have an outro song. This one is a bit different. If I can find it, I don't think I've played this one. So it's actually a really nice song. It's a really, really meaningful song. It's fucking YouTube ads when I'm in the guest window. I fucking hate this shit. This YouTube, this actually has to be an ethic. All right. So if there's no questions, I'm going to play you guys out with this video. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. I sure hope you do. Shit, can I do it? So let me go ahead and share the screen, share the audio. So thank you everybody for showing up. And here is our audio for the out. This is a new one, I'm pretty sure. But let's go ahead and take it for a spin. How's that? You guys ready? So I'm going to play this out and I'm going to end the stream. So here we go. Full screening it. I'm the baby. That's my mommy. That's my daddy.
sharks. That's my grandma. Can't forget about grandpa. Oh, that's my family. And we're all sharks. Baby shark, do-do-do-do. Oh, baby shark, baby shark. Baby shark, do-do-do-do. I'm a baby shark. I need my mommy.
Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for showing up. Hope you like the music in and out. Take care. See you guys tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Sophie stream re-release. Share the link. The stream is up for the schedule, so you can share it. Take care, everyone. Have a good one. And I really look forward to seeing what happens tomorrow with everyone coming to hopefully watch that and see the truth coming out finally. Have a good day, everybody. Peace.